The first few bits of this tend to take a little while to load, so I'm gonna vamp a little bit. Let's get set up. It is Tuesday. What is today? March 20-something. 22nd, I knew that. 3/22/22. And today, I wasn't entirely sure what I was going to be working on. Episode 277 of The Middle Age just went out yesterday. It's been very well received, although I think everybody thinks I'm about to start monologuing. Or the king is about to start monologuing. What did I just do? What did I do with my mitten? Oh heavens. Have I jumped the gun yet again? I may have. Oh, I have a replacement mitten just in case. But I think it's sending to Twitch still, sending to YouTube still. Hopefully we're gonna just hit the ground running. Usually I have kind of an interstitial screen popping up right there that will say, hey, getting ready to stream. But I set my glove down, my other glove, my favorite glove. But it's time to break another one in anyway, so let's do that. Okay, so today I got a few things cooking. I'm going to be working on some sketching. I want to work on the D&D illustration that I had worked on previously. I shared here. Yeah, but I'm going to be working on the color version of that, and so I want it to be a bit more painterly. So I'm going to start with this illustration, not with all the textures, not with all the little extra bits I've since added, and I'm going to basically try to do a D&D style painting of this piece. I started working on coloring it, and I'm not entirely sure if I like how it's coming, so I'm going to work on a variation. Let me see. Chat is cooking. LJ, hello. I could get the chat going here. Oh, for the love of Pete. Can I restream chat? How do I get that to restart? This is supposed to be set technology. I do not know why. But I do see you there. Hello. Over on YouTube. Let me close a couple of windows. How can I get this to... Oh, I know what I can do. I've done this before. I can just type in some new code and get these chats running up again. Properties. Copy, paste. And then restream, properties, open up in a new browser. There you are. How can I do some other properties to modify it? Oh, I will reload. It's always something. Television is building with the latest episode. Oh, tension is building, excuse me. I can read. Why is it not showing up? Why is my chat not showing up? I'm not going to reset this thing. How can I... There used to be a lovely option. I don't want to reset the UI. I don't want to reset the UI. There was a... refresh. Does that button work? Okay, they put a new button. Used to be over in another place. There it is there. It's always something. I didn't want to take James. I didn't want to turn it off and on again. Yesterday I had to stop the stream because I had so many dropped frames. I just need to put into my pre-game ritual of resetting the router. So I'm going to work on the color version of this illustration. I also might do a little bit of 3D a little bit later on. So I see folks over in Twitch and on YouTube, so hello. I started doing some basic color flatting. I mean, maybe I could start with this and see what happens. If I ruin it, I'll come up with a backup plan. Elf needs coffee badly. It's a beautiful day here in Florida, apart from the people and the government. But other than that, fantastic. It's a beautiful, beautiful day. Wow, I've got a lot of stuff going on here. I have not figured out what I'm doing. But let's start with the skin. But episode 277, as LJ mentioned, tension is building. There's a lot of... most of the comments over on WEBTOONs are saying, okay, time for monologuing. There's very much an expectation that the king is about to just lay all their cards on the table. I don't know if that will happen. Tune in, won't you? But it's lovely to see the various responses. Everybody wants Quimp to stab and kill the king. I think that's kind of the expectation. I like that people are so riled up and so angry at the king. There are certain things sometimes I don't think you can predict how people will react to a character or a scene or something you've put out in the world. But I don't know if I don't know if I'd really built up enough to engender that kind of negative reaction. Now normally I build up I multiply the layers of color. I don't think that particular color multiplying is working. It's turning very orange. So I just darken the color. And that's still fairly orange, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce the opacity of the whole layer. So it should still feel like a shadowy portion. And the colors are weird, like the greens and the reds and the purples. The idea is that I was looking at the classic D&D illustrations. Even though I'm kind of applying a slightly more modern aesthetic. Although that's hard to say. I look at the work of... There's an artist named Errol Otis who's doing a lot of work still in role-playing games, whose work is just trippy and wonderful. That is an artist I want to commission at some point. But they were always like playing fast and loose anatomically with characters. And they still do that. Their work is still really wonderfully crazy. Almost psychedelic. I don't know anybody who draws who paints like that person, or and they do line work as well. I think line work is probably more in my price range. LJ, I don't think the king is the sharpest tack. And he uses babies for a shield. I think, yeah, I think that's fair to say. I don't want to give anything away. I almost drew the next episode today. That was the plan. I think I announced it. I said, I'm going to draw the next episode. I can't do it. I cannot do it. There are a few reveals which there's no way to put a, before entering this this stream, things will be spoiled. So I have to, tonight when I'm done with this, and I'm done with working on a map, I have a map project to work on. I'm going to work on that. But I feel really good about it. There were a few more... I was talking about the challenge of when you're in this landing procedure for a story, when it's going on for 5 years, the story's gotten some lovely attention from various awards and reviews. I'm so thankful for all of it. There's kind of the fear of I don't want this to be lost. Yeah, I'm sorry, LJ. Yeah, I thought Oh, DEG. I have thoughts about the king, and I can't wait to find out. Ooh. Interesting. Yeah, there are many theories about the king and what the evil king is up to. I don't know if I'm ruining it if I say evil. You know, is the jury still out? I don't know. I feel like if I talk about any of the characters, I'm kind of giving away too much. Like, if I say it, somehow it's set in stone, but it's not. It's not set in stone until it appears on the page. Because I can change my mind. I'm very fickle. Again, I'm sorry, LJ. All right. So I'm going to try coloring this like I would color an episode of The Middle Age and see if that's working. Sometimes when I've got an episode, or coloring an episode, I can remove the line work, and it's pretty much a painting. You know, the line work does so much though. So like, you know, I tend not to paint the eyelids, things like that, or the eyebrows. And so with all those pieces that vanish, I wonder if there's a way for me to salvage it and turn it into a painting. But it's weird because nobody really works the way I do. He's evil. DG, there are so many hints, and the design of the front of the chest plate armor looks intentional. Your mom is evil. Yeah, the king. If the front of the chest plate of the king, the tabard has like a lion face, and that's always been sort of the. It was when you first meet the king back in where was it? In Gaff. The lion insignia was a bit more pronounced. Or is it a lion? I don't know. But there have been a lot of I've dropped so many different clues and things like that, but it was one of those things where you worry that you haven't given enough information. Like, I remember when Bob shows up at one point to basically give the story a kind of a reset. Not a reset, but Quimp is lost. Quimp is having that dark moment, and Phosphonate's flown off. His quest is over. Death is taking him, and Bob shows up. And so many of the comments on Webtoons was, you know, how convenient, like that's like a door being in the front of the house being convenient. It's like it's there because that's where I put it. It's where I built it. It was always meant to go there. This guy showing up was meant to happen. It wasn't like I hadn't oopsed into it, or it wasn't I had the character following our hero for months and months and months, and he comes out of the shadows, and people are like, oh yeah, pretty convenient to have this guy just show up. Like, okay, I hear what you're saying. I can't win. We shall see soon enough. LJ says the king's inept leadership. Leaving the cauldron on leads to one speculate a lot of future possibilities. Dark Quimp, that'd be interesting. Ooh, evil Quimp. The Dark Quimp arc occurs in a prequel comic around Love Interest 72. Yeah, they just hadn't noticed Bob. But it's still all the comments on Webtoon, not all, most are about, oh, here comes the monologue. Which really gives me one of two things to do. Like, I'll just change it. Just have an arrow come through the tent and turn him to stone. Now that I say that. That said, if that idea appeals to me tonight around 2 a.m., I might wake up and just turn the whole thing into that. Oh, that's how I bring her back. Quimp. That's amazing. I'm having those kind of Spider-Man 3 flashbacks right now. That dance, that Tobey Maguire dance. I don't know if anyone ever did that in real life, but it's fantastic. It's awful. So is there a well, I won't go into it. I did see I want to ask if folks have seen it. I have seen the new Spider-Man since it came to on demand. I'm like, I waited long enough. I never went to a theater. I got Groupon tickets, thinking, okay, I'm gonna go one of these mornings or early afternoons. I'm gonna go. I just haven't found time yet. But I've been spending so much time on Twitch now, working on having that on one of my screens. D&D games, people sculpting, people drawing. Holy cow. What a great place. I've started working on the phosphonate sculpt. Tell you what, let me share that briefly. I'm going to come back to this wizard, cleric, sorcerer, warlock. I'm sure there's a portmanteau of all those things somewhere. Nomad sculpt. Okay, we've seen Baby Jarn. That's how he's coming along. He's done. No, he's not done. There's still a handful of little things I have to do. I have to mold those shoulders into the torso. So wear his arms so they don't look like an action figure, like it's posable. I've got to also soften the connections between the legs and the paws a bit. This hand feels like it's done. Sorry about all this spinning around here. Hold on to something. We're spinning around. This paw is done. I like the way it's smooth, the way the knuckles connect with each other. It's the way the wrist connects with the hand I'm a little bit off on. But I'm really loath to make it all one big mesh, to make everything mush together properly, because the file will be huge, or it'll become so unwieldy because it's so gigantic, or it'll be so low resolution that I'm going to lose some of the details I've put together. Okay, so let's go look at... This is where phosphonate is at the moment, not close to... This is sort of like first pass. Very early. This is like when we saw the original version of Quimp I had done, which was too stiff and too boring and not quite there yet. It's more like, can I roughly get kind of close? And so this is roughly kind of close. And yes, her ears are like that. Dragons, when they're in a humanoid, when they take their more humanoid form in the comic, it's kind of hidden back there, and these are currently a bit low. The ears, it should angle up a bit more. It kind of follows the chin line, just like the baby dragons, how those ears kind of connect. When they're in the humanoid form, still has that same, their ears still have that same effect. So we can see kind of sort of what they look like without the helmet. Again, very early stuff here. It was hard to tell because I think when we first meet Phosphonate, I forget how her hair is. I gotta look it up again. But they're a little too Gilman, kind of Creature from the Black Lagoon. They're supposed to be much more subtle and sweeping. So kind of like Spock ears, but with a few more bits of flourishes. But because my cartooning is so loose, I've never really figured out where the ear holes are. So I'm gonna have to add something, maybe. But I kind of almost liked her face. It wasn't like I wasn't making her a pinup. I want her. She's the same age, or approximately physiologically. She's not. She's 480 something years old, but she's approximately the same age as Quimp, and so a little thicker, a little. Anywho, so much more to do. I still have to figure out how to create the helmet in a way where the pieces, the geometric pieces, work. There are some tools which I was not aware of at the time. I've learned a lot about Nomad Sculpt since our last stream about the software. There are some 3D, there are some extrusion tools. I wouldn't call, they're not really great for detail work, not really good for mechanical detail work. Like if you wanted to measure something and have the proportions exactly perfect, it's still probably better to bring something in from another program. Like from the Mac. It's funny to see you chuckling to your... Oh yeah, I'm always like... I'm self-entertaining. Cartoonists tend to be... I mean, until this camera was here, I was just in my... cackling to myself like a maniac. DEG says, I'm hoping to go to TwitchCon this year. I know the one in Amsterdam is really art booth focused. Wow. I'm curious to see how the US one. That's great. Wow. So where is the one in the US? So, and then, I don't know if anybody saw the last, I think this is the latest version of Bob. Very, very big. So that's how that turned out. I've not yet ordered a sculpt of this because I haven't cleaned it up. Once the other deadline stuff is done. Okay. Back to this. Where were we? San Diego. Oh wow. Okay. Oh, I turned off my music back here. I don't know why I did that. Advanced audio properties, monitor and output. Hopefully everyone can still hear the music. Kind of having a tough time getting the music just right. It was very kind after the late night stream we had the other day. Kind of the bonus stream, I think it was on Saturday maybe. We went over to Wepelius, who does model painting. Beautiful work. And we I think we went over there with a raid of 3 people. And I think 4 of his people followed us. Like immediately, he gave a shout out to the channel and immediately bumped up the number of people who were subscribed by 4. Like so, I ended up with more. I gained more than I gave, which was very weird. And I don't know. I feel like they're very sweet. They're very sweet, and their work's beautiful. So I do see how finding people whose work is maybe in some ways aligned with your own can really have a strong effect on Twitch. YouTube can't do that. I'm just amazed by the raid function. That's a beautiful thing. So I am going to put in like this strong highlight that I do on the side of the figure here and below the figure. So if it's getting pretty reddish and dark in there, that's the point. Okay. So my highlight layer, I'm gonna set on its own. I'm not going to merge it with the rest of the piece to keep it loose and free from all the other ways I'm going to mangle the illustration. LJ says, I missed the bonus, but I saw part of it replay. Phone doesn't notify loudly enough. Gotcha. Episode 277 of The Middle Age just came out on, well, yesterday, and really happy with the response so far. It's available to read. If you're not familiar with my work, you can check it out. The Middle Age. It's a webcomic that's on WEBTOONs, Tapas, and GoComics, and on my own website at middleagecomic.com. And I would say that you can also check it out on Patreon. I have a Patreon page, and today I just uploaded. No, it's a slightly older. It's a collection of some of my original comics. The first comic series I started back in 1998 called Astounding Space Thrills. It's cheesy science fiction. It's not the fantasy stuff. It's very early work of mine. It's all drawn in a vector program. It's very old school, I guess. And I recently finished remastering all those old episodes. So going through, and they were all drawn to high resolution, but over the years there were hard drive failures, all sorts of issues, and had to recreate some pages and kind of draw in that old style. And so all those remastered comics were put together into a Kickstarter last year, and with the last order of those going out, the last orders went out last month. I've kind of been fighting a little bit to recover one lost big package. Somebody ordered the top tier at Kickstarter, which included, I think it was the top tier, which included some of my comic books from like 1999 and 2000. You know, basically archive copies, like as pristine as I have them, and they're signed in bags and boards, and the whole thing was packaged like a brick with all sorts of books and other goodies, and that package just went missing. So I'm trying to get the insurance company to cover. I'm going to pay a bit to. It wasn't insured for enough to cover the full cost, because I honestly didn't expect it to have an issue. I had such luck with shipping that I think on balance I'm going to come out ahead, far ahead, than if I had over-insured everything. I don't hate that. It's got a little bit of a painterly feel. I'm no Arrow Lotus. Do I do signature required? Only if the recipient requires, only if the recipient asks for it. I probably will in the future for any very large order like that. Especially if they're going to include like rarities, like, you know, some of those comic sets. It was, of all the ones that I shipped though, it was the only one I shipped via UPS. All the other ones I shipped USPS, and the USPS ones, take it. I'm not sure what it means, but the USPS ones arrived fine, and that one got lost. So the supporter, the backer, is great. Has been a Patreon supporter as well. So they've been supporting me over the years. So love them to death. Yeah, 1998. Yeah, a different time. There were still these things called magazines and newspapers, and the internet hadn't imploded yet. No share button, no blogging. I mean, there was blogging, but it was mostly, here's a picture of my cat. Here's another picture of my cat. Maybe whatever Andrew Sullivan was doing back then. I don't know if that's working. Yeah, I don't think it'll work as a painting. I just lack the... I'm not a painter. I've never studied being a painter. Y2K, Yellow Pages, and Thomas Guy. So when are you tentatively planning your next Kickstarter? If I can finish the Phosphene sculpt in a way that I like it, there will be a Kickstarter in April. The tricky, or if I can't get the system to jump through the hoops the way I want it to. If I can't sculpt that helmet and those shoulder pads, she basically has these huge pauldrons. I think the other bits, like the pattern, there's like a pattern on Phosphone's gloves, there's a pattern on the boots, and on that triangular breastplate. I think those shouldn't be too tricky to do. But I think however I crack the issue with the shoulders, whatever I use to crack the issue with the helmets and the shoulders, I'm probably can apply to the gloves and to the chest plate as well. So it's going to take some more. If I can't get that to work soon, like in the next week, if I keep at this thing and keep poking at it from different directions and can't quite solve how I model those elements, basically a mech, because it feels like I'm doing like a robot instead of something organic, I might just break down and do like a sculpt of Kevin, the illegible. But I would prefer to have Phosphene be represented. And so that would happen in April. So it should happen in April regardless. No, the cats have been the cats are lovely. They are asleep right now and separated. They've been feisty lately. One of them has been on, I have two cats. One of them was on medication, still is on medication, but was on a much higher dose of medication for many years because of seizures. And recently working with the doctors, they reduced the amount of medication the cat's on, basically cutting it in half. So on the plus side, I don't think it's me just projecting. I think the cat has a lot more energy. And so, it wants to play. And by play, it means play tag with a brother. It's like basically a Barney, the dinosaur, playing tag with Wolverine. Things escalate quickly. And the one who was on medication, who's my editor, They they play the system. They play the refs the whole time. As soon as they start fighting with their sibling, immediately meowing, calling for attention, calling in the cops to break this thing up that they just started. And it's like, no, you're not the victim here. I saw what happened. You jerk. April will include Quimp, Melvin, Bob, Jarn, and Foss, ideally. And if not Foss, then probably Kevin. Like the original Kevin with a skull, with a skull head. I don't think I'm gonna do Cowhead Kevin, although. And then also included in the Kickstarter is the idea that I think the idea is that if people want the STLs, if they want the downloadable STL files, I'm not sure if I'm going to make those available through the Kickstarter. Some of the sites that I check out and some of the people who make 3D models, separate head option. No, I can't do that. I thought about it, but there's tons of things like that, which I'd be like, oh, I would love to do an armored and unarmored phosphonate. I'd love to do, I thought about having one with it was just the sword, it could happen. It could happen. It could be the cow head, and I also think with Jarn and I've kind of overdone the skulls thing already in the models. Just because it's I've wrapped my head around it. I've wrapped my head around a skull. Just because I've got a skull in my head. I don't want to rely on that. I don't want to go that well too often. There's no way that orb is going to stay that gold color. That was mostly just so I could color flat it in a way that I could see the color. If I didn't give it a noticeable color, it'd be too easy for me to make, go outside the lines and not notice it. But I also have my first comic convention in a while. I did the Central Florida Comic Con, and I did the DeLand comic book show in February. And so I've got one in April at the South Carolina Comic Con, the SC Comic Con. No relation. It's in Greenville, South Carolina. It's a lovely show. It's very much a comic book show. It's kind of like an early Baltimore Comic Con or Heroes Con. They've got more media guests than either of those shows really did. The other two shows did. I think it's a show that's owned by a comic book store owner, a retailer, and those shows, like Baltimore and Heroes, they kind of feel like the comic book store that runs them. Like this isn't just a person who's going for a quick buck. They're convention organizers, sure, but you can sort of tell that the person really loves comics. And not to say comic convention organizers in general don't. It's just, being a retailer, you're kind of living and breathing comics every single day. Cow Skull, that's the vote. Or is Cow Skull the idea of meet each other halfway? I mean, it could help. I guess I don't really have a monster in the kit. Of those first 5 models, I don't really have a monster in there. I guess you can count Bob as one, but I don't think someone who's new to the story would immediately identify that little cuddly person as a monster. So I think the plan is to... Originally I was going to have a Kickstarter to try to do a comic book version of the Middle Age. Not new stories. I don't have the bandwidth for that. But a comic book size reprint of the Middle Age, so that the story could get into comic book, so that the Middle Age can get into comic book stores. I've mentioned that before, but I feel like that's a real market that I would love to crack. And the tricky thing is, that should be more bright light. I'm gonna undo that. I'm gonna light. It's hard to tell how this hand's gonna be lit because the whole thing's crackling with electricity, or whatever the heck that is. But I think comic book stores are so great because they're, it's a whole business where people are used to paying for content. Unlike online, which is, especially online comics, people are just like, why would I pay for it? I could read 100,000 comics for free on WEBTOONs, and I never run out of comics. Plus, it's like if you go in a comic book store and say, "Oh yeah, I've got this webcomic," and people are like, "I don't read webcomics," so it's a formatting issue as well. So I'd love to reach that audience. And again, that's where Stan Sakai and Jeff Smith, David Peterson, and all those folks created comic books. And I have a wonderful audience there, and I want to do the same. How we doing? Oh, so that's my spam. If you're not familiar with who I am, my name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist and have been for a very, very long time. My webcomic is called The Middle Age. It's free to read online. And there are the links. So please check it out. Every once in a while when the color is too bright, I like to take yeah, I get that with the idea that I prefer to read a collection of books, a collection of comics, as opposed to I can't remember the last one. That's not, well, I don't know. I sometimes I'll read a manga series that hasn't been released in English. I'll read it online, and it's a rhythm. It's just a different rhythm. You just got to get into it. But there are certain stories, like I definitely want to have in print form, So sometimes what I will do is I'll create a new layer and I'll fill it with black, and then I'll use that layer as a color only layer, and what that does is it really desaturates the color. Like I felt like this character's gloves were, you know, way too punchy, way too bright. So it's just toning them down a little bit. Like cartoonishly colored. I know the whole idea is this thing is cartoonish, but there's not a whiff of realism in this thing. Originally, I was going to draw this piece attempting to emulate the style of Errol Otis. But I kind of think if I were going to do that, I almost want to use a vector program. His work is so weirdly trippy. That often doesn't have holding lines. I mean, not that a painting would, but it's like everything's glowing, like everything's a glow stick. Okay, isn't digital consumption outpacing print? I presume so. I presume so. I would think that it's hard to measure. I don't think either. But I would think between people who read, you know, digital ebook versions like a Comixology or Indie Planet, or PDF versions like the download available from my Patreon page. People who read the book, the digital book versions, and then the people who read them through a web interface or an app. I gotta think that the sheer number of people who are consuming the material digitally is much more than the number of people who read new print comics. But I would say that the total number of print comics that are out there and have been out there forever, the number of people who read that, reading them at a library, reading them in other places like that, I bet print outpaces digital. People taking, you know, Mouse and Mouse Guard and Watchmen and Dark Knight and From Hell and League of Extraordinary Gentlemen and all the different and Smile. Forget it. I mean, once we get into the kid fiction like Smile and Bone and Drama and, you know, Dogman, things like that, then I think webcomics might be, you know, a distant second. At least hard to tell. At least in the US. I think once it gets international, then things change. I didn't really build in room for reflected light in some of these places, so be interested. I might have to go back and carve out some more highlights. I wasn't really thinking about that. I was just kind of going on this piece, just adding layer upon layer upon layer. Grabbing a nice dark blue, my usual shadow color. I'm going to go in there and just add some more depth, a little more weight to the shadows. Oops. How are we doing? Okay. Nah, not gonna do that. I thought about making the lining of the cape a different color. These colors are so not what I normally do. She looks so much better in that kind of color. The thing is, a lot of those D&D covers had always had like a sorceress or somebody wearing like a red dress, and I was like, I'm gonna just lean into those colors. But screw it. They're not the boss of me. Yeah, gold, purple, and black with green hair. Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna have to do something to pop her figure forward, though. What with all the darkness behind her. Maybe more smoke. Maybe more atmosphere. So the plan is to have a Kickstarter for the figures. Once I have the last models made, I'm going to print them again through a vendor and make sure I like the size and that people who play the games like the size of the basic figure, the small figure. And then I'm going to also look at pricing larger figures, so if somebody wants like a 3-inch tall or 4-inch tall figure, that's available as well. All the figures are unpainted. I don't think, I don't expect that we're going to be able to get painted figures or 3D printed in color. That's a whole thing. That's definitely outside any range to do. But I think a sculpture of the character, unpainted even, is going to look good. And as a nerd for all those D&D models, I'm so excited. Again, they turned out really great. I'm very happy with them. Actually, I need to do that today. I need to take some photographs to share some reviews online of how they turned out. If anyone hasn't seen them, I do some 3D modeling from time to time here of my characters, including this one was recently resin printed. Come on, come into focus. Come into focus. There you go. You're the only thing near the camera. You got to be in focus. So even like Quimp's logo appeared, and this is covered with primer and then silver paint on top. So there's 2 layers of stuff on top of the model to give you an indication of how well the model turned out. These are very tiny, but I still think they might be a smidge tall for a D&D mini. Compared to some of the other miniatures I've seen, and I bought a few sets of some kind of standard D&D minis, I think my figures are a bit big. And the nice thing about the Kickstarter for the figures is that I'm always going to include, hey, while you're backing this at a higher tier, you can also get copies of the books, the comics, the graphic novels. And I think that will be a big deal for helping, well, hopefully getting a few more people to try the comic. Okay. The one thing I wanted to try was what if all that lighting is in fact kind of cheesy / lovely green lighting. This is not going to work at all. I'm going to have to do some tweaking because I don't want the green on the face necessarily. So get away from my normal white side lighting and stick with just purest green. There's a TV show Blackadder where there's one of the many morons, one of the many moron characters in that show is attempting to turn lead into gold, but fails, and creates the purest green. It's ridiculous. It makes me laugh every dumb time. Okay, so I'm gonna use this. How we doing? I have a spot on my creator shelf waiting for your books and figures. Well, who else is on this creator shelf? He says, growing jealous. Yeah, my shelves behind me are mostly just projects from people whose work I dig. Almost all the generic stuff is gone now. It's all just like, oh, I like this artist, or I... Let me see. I've got like one of Scott Kurtz's figures up there. I've got some Bone figures. What else I got there? Wallace and Gromit, Incredibles, Hellboy, Gamera, Thunder Agents, Community. All sorts of silly stuff. I think I want to build in some green reflected light in the side. I think I'm going to go with it. I'm going to go with the green. So I think in the end, maybe the lightning bolt will be have a greenish tinge to it, and maybe that eyeball will have a greenish tinge to it. And that will sort of try to explain away where this weird lighting's coming from. I wonder. So the difference between screening the color and... Huh. Having the normal color really keeps that rich color. Screening just sort of isn't as good. Okay, so with that in mind, let me just do this. Select... Oh, wrong color. Where's my green? Yeah, okay. Let's do the hair. Kind of jumping all over the place with this. But it is... What time is it? It is 5 o'clock on Tuesday, the 22nd of March. I hope everyone's having a beautiful Tuesday. Hope you're drawing along, or if you're catching this in a replay, I hope you're... Oh, I still hope you're drawing along. This is not the kind of usual thing I draw. I'm drawing something in a very D&D style. I listened to a lot of metal while working on this. I was trying to get into my old teenage headspace. I'd basically given myself a whole bunch of... I think I mentioned this before. I gave myself a bunch of marching orders for how to approach this. The idea that... You know, just basically weird thoughts of, okay, the Empire Strikes Back is my favorite would be my favorite movie. You basically just trying to turn myself into a, I don't know. It's a very weird headspace to be in to draw this stuff, because it's not like there's no narrative. Everything is just over the top. However many skulls there are, you add more skulls. However much blood there should be more blood. Being good isn't an objective. You want to be awesome, that sort of thing. I'm watching the replay. If you're seeing this in the future, I'm Ow, my brain. Okay, I don't know where I have the silver stuff. Where are you? Jewelry. So, just like when I'm coloring the Middle Age, I put in one pass of shadow and another pass of highlights. Let me see. So, yeah, so far I got a couple of little drop frames, 0.1%, not a big deal. Recently, AT&T sent me a new cell booster, which seems like a real scam. They plug a tiny radio into, or they ask customers to plug a tiny radio into your internet, into your, some other service provider's internet product, and beam your cell signal through using that other service I'm paying for. And it seems like a scam. And it's not like they're charging me less. And since I did that, I've noticed that there's been an impact to my speeds and things like that. More people have said that as well. And I don't know if it's just the proximity of the new radio. I don't think it is. And the thing was, I used to have a microcell which did the exact same thing, but didn't have all the different bells and whistles. It was more just a stopgap solution to keep customers because their cell service was so bad. And now it's more like, I'm better off with Wi-Fi dialing, which would do the same exact thing without adding an additional hoop. So if it keeps messing up the signal, I'm going to look into it. Screen. Actually, I'm going to do color dodge. Color dodge is sort of like screen, but it's way more intense. So when I put this in there, the color's going to strip away a lot. Yeah, it's turning yellow, which I don't mind. I kind of like when you see in hair and certain other textures, leather, when the color starts to get pulled away and you see other cool things. And when last I checked, we were at 99 followers on Twitch. So this could be it. We could hit 100. This could be the thing. Where, you know, you hit 100 and then suddenly... Cha-ching. Okay. So... I'm going to delete the green highlights I put on our face. And then, in this case, I'm going to delete everything else. So the highlights in our face are still the bright white, and then the reflected light is all that bright green. This music is much more melancholy. Have I got the right one cooking? Oh, this is it. Okay, so we'll put some bright green highlights into the hair, like the reflected light. Okay. I don't hate that. Turn off the selection. I'm going to keep the highlights separate for the time being. I might lump them all together just to reduce the number of layers I've got going on here. I've got a lot of layers going. Put some shadows on the eyes, some highlights on the eyes. But if you're new to the channel, my name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist and have been for a god-awfully long time. My webcomic, The Middle Age, is free to read on WEBTOONs, Tapas, and GoComics. And a new episode was posted yesterday, episode 277. Two passes of shadow on the eyes. One basically right down the middle. Most eyes tend to have a shadow that go right through the middle, which is cast by the brow and the eyelids, as I understand it. People may correct me, please do. So I try to put in one, and then I try to also include one on the side to kind of help indicate that it's an orb. And this person's eyes will be green? Really go overboard? Let's go overboard. It's D&D. Always go overboard. Always leave them wanting less. I'm going to put that below the shadows we'd created previously, but not above the not below the highlights. Oh. No, that's fine. I have a layer called glints. That's already doing things like the glints on the... I'll tell you what. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do soft glints. Oops. Like this layer of glints is just stuff like on the orb and stuff like that. So that's just there. I need to have that above the line work, above everything else. But I also want to do some softer ones, which are going to be using a very small watercolor brush. I don't hate that. Okay. Not bad. I was gonna say close enough for Dungeons and Dragons. It used to be close enough for jazz or close enough for government work. So now it's close enough for D&D. I'm a D&D nerd going way the hell back. Way too far back. As you lacking skills of any kind, lacking charm, being a horrible nerd, suffering from all the usual calamities of childhood. I played a ton of Dungeons and Dragons and other role-playing games. Traveler, Star Frontiers, Gamma World, Marvel Superheroes, the DC Comics role-playing game, the James Bond role-playing game. Oh, so many. Big ol' nerd. And it's something weird about all these. There's one unshaded pixel in her neck and it's bugging me. Is that bothering you? Welcome to my world. Absolutely, that's bothering me. Unless it's a different one, they all bug me. Every single one of them vexes me. Vexes me, I say. And no one will see it. It's too small. It's a single pixel. But there's also a few here. Like you can see how, how I phoned in, how sloppy my color flatting was, how having things on various layers. There's a little bit of the gray right there peeking through, but it really is, no one's gonna, it'll all mush together in the printing. I think this is, that's what I tell myself. But the whole idea that this D&D, of all things, that it would have a second... It feels like it has a second life. It never went away. It's offensive to say it has a second life because there are all these other additions in the intervening years, intervening decades. And, I don't know. I'm just surprised that it's come back the way it has. And I love that it has. I'm part of a D&D group. We play once a week. I hadn't played in ages. I honestly hadn't played since college. And it was because of lockdown that suddenly... And again, can't call it lockdown in the States because of a modicum of caution. We started playing. Mostly as a chance just to see other human faces. And naturally, none of us played humans. No, I think I was the... No, I think everyone played... Most people played humans. I immediately went with half-elf. I'm really sorry about showing you that pixel. I know it's going to cause a condition. I play a level 10 bard, level 1 sorcerer. It's a combination that I took at level 5 I took a one level dip, as the kids say, into sorcerer to I didn't know what I was doing, basically. And what that ended up doing was it gave me some perks which I liked. It was that marshmallow test, that it gave me some short-term gratification, but then pushed a lot of other things back, because I didn't really roll up the character knowing what stats were important. And I'm kind of glad I did. I kind of feel like the character is a better the character's a better character, even if it's not an optimized build. A lot of people will play and say, this is the right decision for your character, this is the wrong decision because this spell's more powerful than that spell, you don't want to take this one. And I'm like, this one's funnier. Or this one suits a weird background that the character has. So when I do the plan, and again, plan's a strong word, the idea, the half-assed concept is that when the figures come out as a Kickstarter, then a little while later I'm going to have a D&D module out that I'm going to write. It's going to be simple, super simple, but it's going to take place in the world of the Middle Age. And then I think I'm planning on running a D&D game. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it. It might be one of the Kickstarter levels where I will run one and we'll play it. And I'm not a DM. I can figure it out though. And I think that would be a hoot. A hint of that green reflected light in little places. Normally I would feel bad about noodling all this little color, but I was watching Wapelius' stream when he's modeling those figures, and he's going in there with the tiniest brush, and it's a miniature, and it's just this little dab of dry brush. His brush could be completely dry. Wouldn't know it. I visibly, full screen on my monitor, couldn't tell if a single thing is being changed at all. I find the whole thing hypnotizing. So join me, won't you, as I put a bit of reflected green light at the bottom of this armlet. Is that it? As someone who's never had arms, I don't know what those things are called. Okay. I don't hate that. Again, I'm going to keep the greens all separate, all above everything else, because if I on a whim, I could say merge these down, select them all, and say let's try it with gold. You know, I want to have that opportunity to play a little bit later on and see if there's some better color. Arm cuff. They're called Googles, apparently. So if you see anybody on their arm with something on their arm, they go, "That's a Google." I understand words. All right. Jewelry, dress, skin, gloves, cape, cords, and cork. Oh, we're already to the bottle. Sweet. I'm glad I labeled everything. Okay, this song keeps me awake. I like it. All the music here is by Kevin MacLeod of Incompetech. Always want to give him a shout out. This music is all Creative Commons licensed stuff, and you've probably heard it if you've listened to YouTube videos or Kickstarter videos or anything like that. If you've seen the Kickstarter videos, a lot of people will use this music again and again. There's one track called Sneaky Stitch, I want to say, and Critical Role is using that to this day. A lot of these tracks were in early episodes of Critical Role, and I'm a fan of Critical Role, but I am a latecomer to it. I don't want to pretend that I'm not. I was at a convention. I want to say it was the South Carolina Comic Con. Maybe Heroes Con. And artist next to me, beautiful work, saw that I was doing this silly fantasy comic, and they're like, oh, you must be all over this Critical Role. I'm like, what? This what now? They were in the middle of their Kickstarter and raising millions of dollars, and I'm like, the what now? The who? People play D&D and you watch it? Are you okay? And then I start watching it. I'm like, oh, these people are good. It's basically an improv troupe of friends. They're not really improv. I don't know if any of them actually studied improv. Some of them were Broadway actors. Some of them were TV actors. Some were TV actors during the game. Ashley Johnson was on that TV show, what's it, Blindsight or something like that, some network show, some network cop show. And during like these very important games, I know, life's weird. During these important games, she was just on a monitor, and the hosts there were thanking. The gamers were thanking the TV show for giving her time to play. I think at one point she had to step away for a while, and because of filming commitments, and they just had to write her character off. Oh no, that's what I'm sorry, conflating a couple of things. Two of the cast members were having a kid, and they were out for that reason, and so the characters were written off the story for a little while. But it's a great game to watch, and it kind of got me into it and showed me other parts of the way of playing the game, which I didn't play it that way. When I played as a kid, it was more like kind of World of Warcraft. You create a character, you build it up, you dress it up with various things, you make it stronger, you feel like you're accomplishing something. But it really wasn't about any kind of... Collaborative storytelling was sort of a byproduct. It wasn't the... It was a side dish. It wasn't the main course. Armlet, arm ring, arm cuff, and armband are all accepted terminology according to DEG. Armlet. I like armlet. Arm ring. I like armlet. See, this is more like the coloring of the Middle Age, where I've got of my webcomic, The Middle Age, where there's no line work getting in the way. I thought about coloring this based on an early version where it was just line work. And should I do one that has all the line work added, or I could see backing all the way up and doing that. I don't think I want to, but I could see it. That was a heavy blue shadow. Just checking that. Take a look at one of the earlier versions of this piece. I'm wondering if I have a version that's just line work. Where is it? Up here. Magic user. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing stopping me from coloring that in as a regular comic book page, or like sort of like the Middle Age, just going in there and just rendering the heck out of it and not having any of the line work. I'm gonna stick with the other plan. I'm gonna stick with all the fancy line work and such. I think it's creating a pretty effect. We'll see. I could ruin it. Okay. How we doing? 5:30. A smattering of dropped frames, not a big deal. Hour and a half in. I hope everyone's having a beautiful day. Whoa. That highlight on the glove is all off. I'm getting white and I'm gonna go with normal instead of screen. I think when the green is screening against the purple, there's not much left to, probably because they're complementary colors, there's probably not much left there, so it's turning very pale. I didn't like that. I'd much rather see it be a vibrant green. I don't know what this layer is. Layer empty. Goodbye to you. I'm kind of surprised I haven't hit the layer limit yet. Her dress isn't red anymore, so that this elixir just turned red. I'm going with the red color. Hopefully people don't think, is that blood? Maybe it is. It's too rich a color, so I'm gonna tone it down a bit. I love toning it. Oh heavens! I love toning it down like this, where I just put black over it, and then set it to color, and then just lower the. Just lower that a bit, and it. It just creates a less vibrant color. It's much more subdued. Okay, but it's got all those problems we were talking about with the other thing, where it's like haloing and extra pixels of other colors. So I'm going to go in and clean that up. Can I do it this way? Alpha lock. Select that color. Fill the layer. That also works. Alpha lock is sort of like saying all the solid pixels may remain, and pixels of every various level of opacity, you're locked there. If you're at 50% opacity, that's where you're stuck. You can't get more dense or more opaque anymore. And if you're at 100%, you're at 100%. If you're empty, you're empty. So you do that, then you fill the layer, and everything gets filled with that color. And so it's kind of a good way to ensure that the colors are what you want them to be. I don't know if that is an ideal way to explain it. Alright, so I'm just going to fill the top here with a lighter color to kind of hint at the top of the... Oh! I'm going to increase the opacity. Well, I've colored outside the lines. I can fix it at the end. I've shown that trick a few times. I think I'm going to put the green highlight into the liquid. I think that'll be interesting to see if it works. It might not work at all. But I'm going to start with little bits of red. Brighten up the top. Hint at some sort of liquidy bits. Weird striations within the fluid. And then a couple of bright highlights. Because it's liquid, I'm going to make those sharp white highlights, not soft-edged. Too much. Maybe, I don't know if they'll be that strong when I finally put the modeling on the glass itself. That might not be so bad. Using blue as a shadow color. Set to multiply. Yeah, this is that track I was talking about, which is Critical Role still uses. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm going to put a white highlight back there. Even that, I don't like it. I'll try red. Less bad. Oh, that's my spam. Where did that come by? A little while ago? All hip deep in drawing. I'm using a hard edge brush because it's glass. I'm going to go back with a softer brush anyway, but right now, just to start, I'm just putting in these brights. We talked about that glint layer I have above everything else. Definitely using that here. Oops. That's one glint too many. That's me going overboard, like I do. All right. But again, I hope everyone's having a great day. Hope you're drawing stuff. If you're not drawing stuff, you should draw stuff. Or if you're at work or whatever you got cooking. If you're doing webcomics. My name is Steve Conley. If you don't know, a little time for a little station ID. I do a webcomic called The Middle Age, which is free to read online and on WEBTOONs and Tapas and GoComics. And on my own website at middleagecomic.com. What I'm working on here is a fantasy piece, kind of a D&D style illustration for a different project. But I appreciate you coming by as I try to figure this out. Again, this is very much outside what I normally do. I'm putting that liquid in shadow as well to hopefully make it feel like the whole bottle is of a piece and not sitting on top of, you know, somehow not connected in some way. Okay. And with the bottle selected, I'm going to put in a little highlight along the back edge of it. Possibly in green? I don't think so. I'll stick with these light white colors. Although maybe I need to put a little hint of green on there somewhere. Let's do that. Yeah, I like that. Now we're onto the scroll. How we doing? Hello, people of Twitch and people of YouTube. My name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist. I'm currently working on this ridiculous piece. It's very Dungeons and Dragons-y. Working on the scrolls at the moment. I'm not sure about that green highlight on her figure, but I don't hate it. Yeah, I don't hate it at all. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I'm currently, 99 subscribers on, sorry, not subscribers, forgive me, followers on Twitch. So take that, Paramount Plus. I'm coming for you. You with your Picards and your Star Trek's Discoveries and your Prodigies and your, what else they got going? Prodigy, Discovery, Lower Decks. Okay. Put another round of shadows in there. I'm just going to take a big watercolor brush and peel away color. A little smaller. And to help with the tea stain look, I'm just going to multiply now with a kind of an orangey color. Not sure if I'm going to like that, but bleh, it's fine. I'm going to put some highlights on the top of the paper. Thank you all for joining me. I think this is with all the wonderful things on Twitch, like Elden Ring, excuse me, and it's just great that anyone's going to spend time with a cartoonist. Tap a few of these things in there, just like they're little bits of the paper are catching the green. Catching the light. How we doing? Oh, I merged that green onto the bottle, didn't I? I did. Oh, the die might be cast now. Alright, always redo that bottle later. No coffee. I do think I need to peel away some of that shadow on the cape. But I merged the whole cape together, so let's do it. erasing just some of the line work along the edge there so that I can go back in momentarily and add a green highlight. So it just feels like it's more part of the rest of the environment that I've added this green highlight to. Yes, I might have to do this with her face as well. Like I could see doing that with the ear. Color for the magic user. Select the gloves and cape. Then on this green layer, I'm going to paint this in. I'm trying to layer above. Again, I just like to keep things until I'm settled, until I'm content with them. I don't like to merge them to the main layer. They have to earn their place on the drawing. I don't think that has. I don't like it. Nope, 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 nope. So I'm going to go back. Let's stick with the darkened shadows back there. If the green's going to be reflected in some way in that outfit, it's going to be in some other way, some other fashion. Currently, I think there's going to be a sort of green light that's off stage, that's coming in near her, but not affecting many of the other figures. I still think that lightning bolt that's on her hand is going to affect the glove. I think it's going to be blue casts coming in there. I'm going to try that. See how that looks with the gloves. Maybe a little early to be adding these kind of effects, but you know, I really think I have to figure them out now, given how complicated this piece is going to be. So just on a layer with set to screen, I'm working in some blues. Some oddball wrinkles in the wrist. I didn't really think that through. I think in the end there may be a overall kind of a explosive kind of, you know, screened effect which kind of melts away the line work and the color. Not like that. Imagine a good version of that. Oh, so we're talking about like influences in the drawing. This is an classic Errol Otis piece. It was one of the covers of one of the early books, and it was definitely what I was thinking when I started this. And I thought, maybe do I try rendering it in that style, because it's so different from what I do. But it's crazy. I mean, this is 1980, I think, maybe 81, 79, 80, 81, and it's such an unusual style. The anatomy's wonky as heck. So much of this thing is just wonky. But I don't know, maybe it is nostalgia mostly, but I love the heck out of it. The weird folds in the dress, the purple and black and red, yet hints of gold. Like, there's an effort to have light from that torch thing, wand maybe, to have that casting light, but then also having the green orb in the other hand. And then this dude with the spear and wooden shield. It's great. And there's like a treasure chest behind them. For a while I thought it was a rowboat because he's so low in the picture. Like maybe he's in a boat or something. I don't know. Or wading into the water to fight the dragon serpent. And let's check out those fins on that. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's wonderful. How are we doing? Okay. I feel mostly happy with how she's coming together. I gotta do her belt bits. This is simple. It's very subtle pieces in the environment. No one's gonna be looking at the belt, so I don't have to pour over this. And I do kind of mix and match my coloring style sometimes. I'll use this kind of hatching color, and I'll sometimes use a soft brush. There's probably a rule against that. I don't know. I just like different effects in different areas. Like I could go back and choose a soft brush for for what I just did, but I think especially at the size it is, that's fine. Exactly the way it is, I think. I do think the color's a bit strong. I know it's barely got any color. That blue, it's a lovely color, but I think it just doesn't fit with everything necessarily. So I'm gonna just tone it down a little bit. The color, super subtle. I don't think it's in a position to catch any green lights either. So I'm gonna leave it there. How we doing? Hey, David. Yes, I am. Still playing the MacLeod. Yep. I'm thinking about how the segue back to affiliate will work, and that it's just generally speaking, if YouTube is going to be problematic about that stuff. Also, there was a thing I was talking about the other day. It was also coming on the heels of the story of copyleft infringement. It was a thing that Cory Doctorow had a big write-up on, which was that people are creating copyright-free works for things like Wikipedia and other, Creative Commons licensed works, but the Creative Commons licenses are very specific in their initial language, which is that you have to list the credits exactly and follow the rules exactly as written by the copyright holder. Like, you've got the rights to use this thing, you don't have to pay anybody, just follow the rules. And so people are making the rules intentionally convoluted. A few nefarious people are making the rules intentionally convoluted in order that people who use the images will fail, and then they will go after those people for damages. It's pretty awful. And some of the rules that they're catching people on are things like you have to indicate how you modified the image. You can create a version of it, just to indicate how it's modified, if it's been modified. And so cropping it, the way WordPress automatically crops an image for a thumbnail, you have to indicate that it was cropped. Failure to do that can result in you're violating copyright. Then $150,000 fine. If this goes to court, so why don't you just settle right now and give us $750? That's that sort of thing. Awfulness. So I'm like, okay, let me just play everything above board and simple as possible and trust no one. Like some modeling on the gloves got lost there. How are we doing? Oh, we're doing good. Are you doing any extra streaming today, David, with ahead of Online Con? Let me see if the other one was working. Did I turn that one off? I did. Just a second to see how we're doing here. If my channel has been Oh, no, 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 no. Don't overdo it, computer. Ba, ba, ba. Right. I'm trying to figure out why one of these overlays is not showing up. Properties. Copy. Exciting stuff as I search. Seems like it's there. Always a mystery. All right. So put some detail into that detail. Into that. Add a couple of glints to this. Okay, hair, belt, buckle, scroll, bottle. I think we're all good. I don't need that, that's extra. Get back here. Yeah, I like that. I think that looks good. I think I'm happy with that. So as a precaution, you put all the green above it. So there's a little bit of an error in that I put some of the green highlight, I baked the green highlight into the scroll in the bottle. Instead of keeping it on its own layer. I don't know if that matters. But I'm going to duplicate this layer. Sorry, I'll actually duplicate the document and then work on a copy. And that will kind of give me a backup in case I need to backpedal at all. I'm going to merge all the magic users' layers together. And I'm going to add some shadows, some heavy shadows. One of my favorite bits to do in coloring. And I use this blue color. I just love that. And I set that layer to multiply. Oh, no, I did it wrong. I'm going to create a new layer, set that to multiply, and then do this. I love these heavy shadows. And then at the end I'm going to soften them so they're not quite so harsh. But I like the effect it creates. Part of me is like, well, I should be doing something more photorealistic or more like Errol Otis. I'm like, what am I doing that for? Just have fun with it. Just trying to make it as awesome as possible and not think about anything else. I wonder if I have green highlights on the neck. I don't. I should. Just the top of that collar. Not sure if it makes sense, but it's definitely awesome. How we doing? Sweet. Hello, people of Earth. Thank you for joining me. My name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist. My webcomic, The Middle Age, is free to read online. I invite you to check it out. I'm getting to this point where I just realized I have not colored that hair that's flowing there in the background at all. This bit here, I've got to go back and do that. What else is new? Right now I'm dropping in a dark shadow color. Kind of it's a blue. I like the shadows that have a blue tint to them. for the most of the time, I'm working on my webcomic, The Middle Age. A new episode just went up yesterday. Yeah. So I put in that heavy shadow with a pen, and I go back with a watercolor brush and I melt away some of the heaviness of that shadow. So we're kind of coloring a comic project for, actually it's an educational comic project. And I went through, and instead of doing all of the fancy shading I usually do with comics, like with my own comics, I just went in and put in kind of this blue shadow on everything. And it just did so much without being too much work. Yeah, I think if it had been just a gray, like a black shadow, like just darkness, I don't think it would work as well as that blue. That blue just adds so much. It just feels like shadow. Yeah. So, the idea with this piece was to do kind of a classic D&D illustration, but kind of modernize it a little bit. And I say that with some trepidation because those are classics, so they're timeless as far as I'm concerned. But just adding like tattoos and green hair and things that are just maybe a little that maybe should have been in the originals but weren't for whatever reason. Just wasn't fashionable at the time, maybe. Or Sally's didn't exist for people to get their hair color. How we doing on time? 6:04. We've been at this about 2 hours. You lovely, lovely people. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to come back and keep working on this piece. Who knows? Let's see how far I can get with this very silly D&D type illustration. Super happy with how it's coming together. I wasn't sure if I wanted to treat this more like a painting, but I like the idea that I'm coloring it like a comic book, where it's, you know, it's all that line work and then just adding color upon color on top of it. And I'm happy with it so far. I think once we finish her figure, I'm going to move on to this gentleman. Yeah, my name's Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist. Check out my work at Middle Age Comic and middleagecomic.com and WEBTOONs and Tapas and everything else. But here's a slideshow of some beautiful guest and fan artwork that is of the characters from the Middle Age. Mostly Sir Quimp, our hero, and his cursed sword Maledicta. But a few other characters appear in there. Waddlebottom, the Prince of all Ducks, makes a cameo. So here it is. I'll be back in 5. I'm going to just stretch my legs and keep my shoulder from falling apart. I'll see you all in a little bit. Oh, hello, lovely people, and oh my goodness, that's some chat upon chat there. Goodbye, restream chat. What is that? Paint underneath on the backside of the front of the costume. What the heck? That might be a chat from a different stream. Oh, Streamlabs, you're adorable. Well, for all I know, that's how I drop frames. I've got too many overlays running. We're hitting all the interwebs with my stream. Okay, well, I think we're good with her for now. What was I going to do? Oh, I was still doing the shadows. I'm going to add a few more. Selecting her figure. I've got kind of a shadow layer, and I use this brush to drop on hard shadows, which I sometimes soften. That art stream, I love it so much. Some of those pieces, one of those pieces by Jeff D. Classic Dungeons and Dragons artist. It's great to have that on there. If you want to have a piece in there, including links to your, not the links, but a list of your socials and things like that, just let me know. Just send it to fanart@middleagecomic.com and I'll include it. I've got a few more pieces I've got to add to it on my to-do list. Many things to do. I'm going to soften the shadow a little bit, especially on the scroll there. A little heavy. Yeah, I think I like that. Okay, moving on. There will be a thing I do at the end. I've showed it called color splashing, which is when I will select something, create a layer of color. Just it's set to color only, meaning that it doesn't apply any value, darkness or lightness to a area. Hey NPC, how are you? Nice to see you. But the idea is, with a big watercolor brush, I go in and, let's say with the green of the whatever that reflected light is that's coming from off stage, I just go in and paint this in. And so suddenly this green color is affecting everything, and usually I'll do like with a blue in the shadowy areas. And what this does is it just kind of makes, it stops individual sections from feeling like they're just these closed shapes and has them blend to one another. Well, there was a bit I forgot about. I was going to tweak that. I missed out on drawing this part of her hair, coloring this part of her hair. Let's do that. Bada bing, bada boom. Max Powers is back in the room. I saw NPC all over Twitter yesterday. I think WEBTOON Canvas is doing a lot to try to promote the Canvas section, it seems. They're unveiling a number of features, including, they've had them for a little while, the profile pages. Primarily handy if a creator has multiple series, but it also kind of gives a little bit of a blogging feature for creators. So, one more hungry social mouth to feed. I mentioned this before, but WEBTOON did something very interesting. They added RSS support for the webcomics. RSS is, if you don't know, was like really old school web tech, like Web 1.0 stuff. There were RSS readers, and that's how people would keep track of the blogs they liked. Pre-Facebook, Friendster and MySpace. And I think people still had issues with Microsoft or Google for disabling one, like what had been a very popular RSS reader. And there's still some sites which really relied on RSS for updates, like Comic Rocket and there's a couple other ones. I'm drawing a blank right now. Comic Belfry, a few others. And it was just really interesting that they were kind of going away, and for Webtoons to initiate it is really interesting. I mean, I think I had said in my promotion video that, you know, there's no point in Webtoons using a service like Comic Rocket because they didn't have RSS feeds, but now that they do, you know, maybe a service like Comic Rocket would be helpful to have your comic available. Yes, all that service does is really put all the RSS feeds together and create a list of here are the comics that have been updated recently. So maybe it could help people. RSS feeds are still a thing? Not really, kinda. I always make sure that my comics provide one. I do know I've got some people who are aware of my webcomic through it. But Webtoons just added I mean, that's what's so weird about it. It's possible that the infrastructure upon which Webtoons was built had RSS built into it, and it was just a thing they had to flip a switch, right? For all we know, there was always an RSS feed for each and every one of the webcomics, each one of the titles on their service. Their service would be infinitely better if it had user-friendlier titles. Like, I can't tell you the name of my... I can't tell you how to get to the middle age on Webtoon. It is Webtoon/Canvas. It used to be Webtoon/Discovery/blah blah 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 blah. It's an ask for anyone to remember that. It might as well be a phone number. And but they did add this RSS thing, which is really curious. For all I know, it's taking, you know, it's all the rage in Asia. You know, for all I know, Korea's just rolled out an RSS reader, or I mean, so Naver owns them, and Naver is the big search engine company, or Line is part of Naver, and Line is the search, who is the whatever. So for all I know, it's all part of some scheme there to leverage or to have all the systems work together. So I'm going to turn these shadows all the way up. Whenever I have two shadow layers, I always make sure to bring them all back up to 100% before merging, because otherwise they get merged at the value that they are. So if something's at the opacity level that they are. See, Jimmy James, see how easy to remember? I just need a jingle. No way to see your individual followers, though. No, got to keep that under the vest. You got to use their system to talk to people. That's always what I'm always worried about. They're not your readers. They're not your readers. They're theirs. For instance, RSS feeds are still a thing. Stuck on YouTube. Oh. Oh no. YouTube's fine. It's good enough for the vlog brothers. It's good enough for the vlog brothers, I say. Okay. So, I have belabored the magic user. Teeth shading. I love that I work in something where the word teeth shading is a thing. Okay, where is my fighter? Where are you, fighter? There you are. Let's get you going. I gave our fighter our dwarven fighter a stony complexion. Thinking like a sandstone or something. So I'm currently, I think, at 99 followers on Twitch. 100's the magic number, because if I get to 100, then, well, I'll just have 100. Hey Steve, how do you record your screen? For the iPad, I plug it in. It's hardwired into my computer. And if you use OBS, if you use OBS or Stream Elements, you can use your iPad as a video source. There are some other tricks to, if that fails, you can also, if you're on a Mac, you can open up QuickTime and record a video screen that way. I don't know about incorporating audio from your iPad. Like if I were to play a video game on my iPad, I don't think the audio would come through to the screen if that were an issue. I mean, if that were a requirement for what you're looking to do. But I just have a wire right in the computer and it pops right up. It's one of the few reliable parts of this whole stream. Chat sometimes asks, does it utilize Mac Sidecar? No. I do not have the latest. I do not have that operating system installed on my Mac. I'm using an older OS. It could, conceivably, if I updated it. I'm running the latest OS on my iPad, just not on the Mac itself. Oh, that's awesome. That's great news, NPC. So I think because the Streamlabs thing wasn't loading, if someone did become a Twitch follower, I wouldn't know it because I think that the Streamlabs events thing might not show. Oh no, it might now because I went to that other screen and then came back and then suddenly it was everywhere. Let's see the Streamlabs chat now if it's caught up. Oh. Interesting. Maybe Streamlabs chat needs a... No, I don't know. There is a way to have a kind of a persistent, like it's always functioning in the background, but I don't know if I turn off the chat, if that has the same effect. Streamlabs is weird. I need to learn more about it. Blending mode, copy, hidden mixer. Properties. No idea. I don't know. Figuring it all out. But Restream seems to Restream's little chat seems to be working fine. So if Stream Elements overlays are working, then we should see, at least if someone on Twitch follows, we'll see, hopefully see a note. So he's really, his complexion is gonna be really earthy. I think it's gonna be cool. I might go back and add like chips and cracks, like it's part stone. I'm still going to put the reddish color in there, so like the cheeks and the nose have a little bit of blood in them. But I still like the idea that it's earthen. But this takes place in the world of the Middle Age, this story, so it takes place in the world of Mid, M-Y-D-D. That's the name of the world in the Middle Age. I just like the idea that all the people of Mid are middlings. Opens up a lot of other fun bits for me to play. Oh, oh, I didn't miss anything. Good. I need to figure out how to reset some of these overlays. I just don't know how to. There's no. Wait, refresh. No, didn't do nothing. Okay. I wonder if the I think the dwarf's going to be. I'm going to try highlighting the dwarf with some of the green light as well. Again, it's just like, why not? I keep thinking, like, this is not like a... These aren't continuing characters. You're not going to see them again, so I can go all out and not have to worry about, well, how does that look from every angle? Or how will I feel if I have to draw this character a million times? That's a real issue sometimes. It's like, okay, this is a new character. It's not just once they're going to appear on the screen. I'm going to have to be drawing these characters for a long time. How do I make it so I don't go nuts? Okay. I'm gonna put some highlights on the face, and then I'm gonna add some rouge, some red to the faces, to the face. Actually, I'm gonna add some. I'll make sure the lips are heavier. Okay. Where's some red? How are we doing on the various streams? I hope everyone's out there doing great. If you're drawing, I'd love to see it. I did begin work to set up a Discord. It's a long ways off, but I appreciate everyone who sent resources my way and tip sheets, and I think it'd be a nice thing to add. A great place. I really just want a place for everyone to share their work so I can see what everyone else is working on. So I put these super bright reds in, and then I tone them back later on. And then I bring it all back. Oh, it says for the Discord, LJ. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. I'm on Discord a lot, so I might as well have a place where I can actually know that it's worth looking at. Oh wait, there we go. Now Streamlabs is back, and there's overlaying on top of each other. You're already on Discord? Ah, oh my gosh. Where are we? I'm gonna turn off restream. Boop. get one, please. Yes. Yep. It will be set up, and I think the idea is going to be there's 2 sections of it. Wait a minute. Let me make this better. Okay. Restream, unlock, restream. There we go. Better, right? Oh gosh, there's no undo, is there? No, I bet undo would cancel everything and set me back to nothing. Let me... if I can get one of these things to work, I'd be happy. Okay. Turn off restream chat. There's an echo. So I'll do that. I'm going to set up a... hey, let's do that while we're here. Let's make this prettier. We could do that. I think I can change the size. No, I can't. Nope. Nope, you go away. Oh, Streamlabs chat. Can I resize you? There I can. I just want you to be as wide as my fat head. There you go. There we go. Hey Zen, how are you? Yes. So once I set it up, I'll let everybody know, and then there's going to be a Patreon area. Okay, let me see. We got a little bit of rosiness on the cheeks and lips, a little bit on the hands. I'm going to try adding that green highlight and see how bad that turns how badly that treats the flesh colors. Ooh, I might have to add blue shadows first. Like if I put blue shadows in and then the green highlights, the green might look a lot better. So if they look nauseating to start, let's give it a moment. You know what? I think there's so much blocking the view from the side of the dwarf that he's more likely to have that arm be lit by the lightning bolt or whatever the heck that is. So the green, if anything, would just be on the bottom side here. Little hints of green. Much chat. Much chat. Tweet. There's a tweet. I just need to see the word tweet. Oh, I'm supposed to tweet. Restream wants me to brag that there's been... But whatever. Nothing helps with cell phone. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I know a lot of streamers don't have the chat on the screen. Again, it's a real perk of having... well, it helps with replays. That's what I understand. Like, so someone who's watching this later on, they would miss out on the chat in some cases. So having it there helps. Okay. I'll keep that green highlight for now. I'm gonna go put in some nice shadows. And these aren't those hard shadows I was showing earlier. This is a softer shadow. I just want to have I just want there to be kind of a soft heaviness to this area. I don't think I set that to multiply. I did not. There we go. Yeah, exactly, Zan. I love that. I love that. That's the best part of this. Because also with growing the audience from nothing, I think if someone goes into a conversation in a chat room and there's only like one person in there, I think it could feel pretty awful. But if there's... it's multiple chat rooms. It's like, oh, I think it kind of masks the total number of people. Initially, when I was also, and I like to think that it inflates it a little bit in the mind of the person joining the room. Like initially, I was also streaming to Facebook. It's really just a click of a button, and this would also go to Facebook. And then there's a whole bunch of other people who would wander in. And that really helps, you know, just spice everything up. People ask different questions. I can't. Poor LJ has had to interview me like 19 times now. Okay, so I'm gonna bring that down. I like the shadows a lot, but it's maybe way too much. I still don't know how this whole piece is gonna come together. I still don't know if this whole piece is gonna come together. I might just stick with the black and white version and then hire like a real artist to paint a cover based on this black and white drawing. A real artist. I'm sure right before I die I'll stop saying that. Anywho, yeah, I think that's good. It gives it some volume. And while I'm in here with white highlights, give his nose a little bit of a shine, and those lips, a little splash there. Ooh, look at him. Okay. But with those shadows, I'm going to put some shadows on the face. I think that will help with the... Yeah, it's going to make the eyes pop a bit more. I just love those blue shadows. I love them. I've said that like a million times today. They just do something magical. I think his nose looks a little broken, but let's just say that's not my fault. He fought something that did that to him. I think I know how to fix it. His nose is a bit twisted, which I meant to do. All right. How we doing, beautiful people? This is a dwarven fighter, barbarian. Someone will have to argue if barbarians aren't allowed to wield shields for some reason, then they're multi-classing and they're taking disadvantage on blah 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 blah. Or let's just say I had a sneak peek at 6th edition, and this is totally legit in 6th edition. I don't know. This is, again, it's not about making sense. It's about being awesome. That was the mentality going into this piece. I was thinking, it doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to be good. It just has to be awesome. Okay, so the shield is separate. There's lighter metal and other metal. Let me just draw on my own head. This would be dangerous if this were like a pen or pencil. Just poke my head a million times. I'm going to do the dark metal first. I'm doing the metal. Let's stick with it. Didn't realize I forgot he had a little gem on the center of his helm. Multiply. Okay, we're going to select that dark color. And with a watercolor brush. Why not cheat paladin? Okay. I'm just going to put this in here now so I don't forget. Where's my splatters, my spray paints? Up too much. All the way over there. Why is it all? Well, we'll fix that in post. I just like the idea of a little bit of red on there. Like it's like they've tried rubbing, they've tried scrubbing, but it just won't come out. Okay. So we got the dark, we're doing all the dark metals right now. Oh, hello, wrong color. I'm going to use my regular Steve's brush to put these in. We're on a layer set to multiply, and I'm going to put all those in there. That way it's not really affecting the original layer. I'm going to color this like, just like I inked it, kind of a stair-steppy, tiger tooth kind of way. Cross-hatching in some... it's not really cross-hatching, it's just, I don't know what that is. Slapping in this color. It's also on the metal here. Every one of these rivety things. Oh, heavens. Did I not select the layer? I must have lost the selection at one point. Goblin blood is so hard to get these days. There's news on the Patreon page. I've added if anyone missed the Kickstarter for I did a collection of my old webcomic series called Astounding Space Thrills, my very first webcomic series. And I totally remastered the story, the artwork, and it's now available. A collection that's been remastered is available. It was previously only available through a Kickstarter. It's now available free to download. Free to download if you become a Patreon supporter. So a Patreon supporter at any level can download the book. So I'm pretty excited about that. Saw a bunch of people downloading it today. Create another multiply layer and add a little more shadow. Yeah, so I'm going to be doing more of that. In the past, what I've done is I've added the books. I've made them available to the $5 tier and above who get to download everything. If you're at the $5 tier, everybody gets to download. You know, if you're at the $5 tier, you get to download like 12 books, like on day one. But that will be the idea going forward, that anyone who signs up can get the latest book. And then after that, it'll be available in the web shop, and anyone at the $5 tier can just download it whenever they feel like it, because they are mighty and generous and mighty generous. I'm going to follow that with the same idea with the 3D models I'm doing. Except those are actually, I'm thinking I'm going to retire them. Kind of, everyone I've seen, either they make them available to download forever, or they make them available, I don't know. They don't make them available at all. They'll just say, here's the figure. I don't know why. I think they're just concerned about having the STLs out there. I mean, I don't think I'm concerned about somebody bootlegging them. Like, if somebody prints my own models of my characters, it's like, cool. I want more of these little dudes out in the world. Oh, I like that. I think this is coming along together really well. I like the light. I like the way the light's hitting that. I think it feels like it's got some depth. How'd you remaster it? Oh, so the comics were from 1998 and on, so 1998 through 1999, and I drew them, I inked them with a vector program like Illustrator, and so I have the high res original. So I had most of the high res originals. Then I also colored them at 300 DPI, but they never appeared online at that resolution. Back in the day, I would take the page once it was. This is 1998, so people were on modems. They were dial-up. Wi-Fi wasn't a thing. So people would, to make the thing small and to make the thing legible, I would work at print resolution because I was always thinking about printing these someday. And I always presumed that monitor resolutions, that bandwidths would increase and monitor resolutions would increase. So I should work print resolution. I should work at least as good as print. And so the last thing I do is I finish the artwork in Photoshop, scale it down, and then letter it at that size in a program that doesn't exist anymore. It was called ImageReady. It was an Adobe product that was designed for creating web graphics. The things like creating an animated GIF wasn't possible in Photoshop yet. It was long before they integrated that functionality into Photoshop. So if you want to make an animated GIF or do other specifically web optimized graphics. I'm not even sure if PNG files existed or were adopted in any major way yet. The before time. So I would shrink the file down from Photoshop and then I would letter it at that size. That way I would know that way I knew that the lettering was legible. Because if I lettered it in Photoshop and then squished it down, suddenly, with the limited number of pixels that were available, suddenly the word wouldn't be as legible as it could be. And I found that resizing fonts, especially back then, gave you unwanted, what would you call it? Rasterization of the fonts. Like suddenly they just would not be as legible. And so, this new version, everything's been relettered, and where I've lost high-res files, I've either trying to redraw in my old style and recolor in my old style. It's not entirely that. They're noticeably different, I think. I just can't draw like that anymore. And not technical, not for a technical reason, more like I just can't draw like that. And but in some cases I was able to recover the vector file, because you know how I save every version along the way of this piece that I'm doing here? I did the same thing with the vector files. So I was able to find a file that had like all these artifacts on it, and I can merge these layers together without much fear. And then see this multiply. No, not multiply. We're gonna put in some highlights here, and screen. And so I found the original vector files and I recolored them. In some case, there's a few that are unfortunate with a upcoming remaster that I'm doing of some of the other. Again, I did like hundreds and hundreds of those old strips, and so what I'm doing with one of them is that, especially some of them were animated GIFs back then, I was really experimenting with the idea that you could repeat these animations or have lights flashing. Or the second storyline, which I was working on, was called Space Quakes. Again, it was this all science fiction series, Astounding Space Thrills. And Space Quakes, I took advantage of animated GIFs because like they've got characters like I think on the first page and the ground is shaking and you see them there and they go, whoa, the word balloons don't move, because I'm not mean to the reader. But they're shaking and the ground is shaking. And you know, it just repeats indefinitely because, of course, the ground is shaking in panel 4. You know, like the uh-oh, what's happening? The surprise cliffhanger ending. It's just everything's shaking. And it was really awesome. You know, back then it felt like Industrial Light and Magic. Put some highlights on here. Assume that the lightning bolt is going to hit everything. I wonder if I should be using blue. I might go back and put blue highlights on everything to give it a... to just presume that the blue lightning is hitting everything. So that's what when I say remastered, that's what I mean. I went back and in some cases redrew things, in other cases that people have never seen them at this resolution before. Not that some of the old artwork looks much better at larger sizes. How long did it take me to remaster? Months, maybe a half a year, doing pieces at a time. In some cases, and I to save my sanity, I went one episode at a time, and I didn't just do I'll do the easy ones first or the hard ones first. I kind of just took them one episode at a time. Before and after remaster video. Well, in the book, in the collection, I have examples of them, the before and after. This, you know, comparing the very small sizes. One of the things I did back then was I had translucent word balloons, which I hadn't seen anywhere yet. I kind of think it was a bit of an innovation. The notion is that word balloons just don't fit. You know, you've got all this beautiful painting and all this beautiful rendering, and I was doing 3D backgrounds using Bryce and Specular Infinity. I was modeling spaceships and doing animation in the backgrounds of those things. Again, those can't be in the print version, so I had to dig up, did I ever do a high-res version of the spaceship that I could include? And so it was tons of stuff like that, because heck, I wasn't going to try to render an animation at high resolution at print resolution back in the day, and my computer would still be working on it. So a ton of little things like that. I think those highlights are keepers, and I'm pretty much resolved to use that green for the off-screen light. I think that gem in his forehead needs to be gray, though. I think it's got to be it's got to be some sort of gem that, as a rite of passage, he as a young dwarf had to dig into some mountain and fight some beast to get this small gem to put on his helmet. Or just lay her down. It was super fun back then. I mean, nobody was doing it. I mean, there were some folks like Scott Kurtz was at it, and a lot of, you know, the PvP guys were doing their stuff. But there weren't a lot of us doing webcomics back then. But that definitely gave me an advantage when I started doing the Middle Age, my current webcomic, because, you know, I had an audience for many, many years, people who inexplicably liked my older work, and it was fun to just find those files and finally get them in print 23 years later. The Middle Age video game, let's make it happen. I'm just happy I can do 3D sculpting. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so those yellow of those horns is way too vibrant. So I'm gonna fill a layer with gray, just like I did before. Set that to color, and then bring the opacity down, and that will try to make it more of an ivory or a bone color. I still might bring that down some more, but for now it's fine. So I'm going to layer set the screen with that same ivory color. Thinner brush, I'm just pulling in some highlights. I think I'm going to put in one more passive shadow on the shadow side of that horn. Or those horns or nails or whatever they are. Teeth. Could do it in the style of Quest for Glory or Dink Small. I'm not familiar with those. I'm going to try to do not going to try. I'm going to do this D&D module for sure. I'm going to do that, and then because again I've been playing D&D for so long, and I made games back in the day, DM'd a little bit back in the day. So I kind of have a sense as to what I'm doing there. As for video games, I'm just way out of my depth. I love them. I love looking at them. I regularly watch a couple of D&D gamer YouTube channels because I'm fascinated by the business and the strategy of them. I mean, those gamer development conferences, I love watching those videos. Because it's largely about storytelling. It's largely about... I don't think I like that highlight up top. I might just let it go to that darker color. Ooh, I know what I'm going to do. I got all excited. I put my blue shadow in there. I got way too excited about this shadow. Currently it's not set to multiply. I can tell. Color's not right. But look at that. Ooh. Yeah, suddenly that thing is 3D. Suddenly that thing is real. Plus, I've watched a lot of D&D games, and I have thoughts about how to cajole. I love how that looks. I could not be happier. Chris Traeger from Parks and Recreation. I literally couldn't be any happier. Middle-aged accelerate. Yeah, I like Elden Ring, but but with better graphics, but more amazing looking. I'm stunned by Elden Ring. Thing's gorgeous. I know I'll never play it. I mean, how would I ever get anything done? I envy those YouTube gamers who are like, this is what I do. Although I don't think I would be. I don't think that would motivate me. All right, I don't think I can belabor those anymore. Flatten them all together. Earn a sip of coffee. James says, I'm itching to play Elden Ring. I get that. It looks great. Do you know if making the middle-aged game one where you die a lot would pair well? It would. It would. Quimp dies a lot. But you don't... Dying and coming right back, I think that's baked into this character. I always found it interesting with game designers who were using established characters. Like, for me, it was always like a Sherlock Holmes game. You're playing Sherlock Holmes, the greatest detective of all time, and you're going to be solving these incredible mysteries. Okay, you start the game off. In the first room, there is this puzzle you, Sherlock Holmes, have to solve. And then it just leaves it up to the player. And I'm like, well, If it were me, suddenly Sherlock Holmes would be as if he got hit in the head with a shovel, because I just lack that intuitive ability. I lack that deductive ability. So you can't really put me in control of Sherlock Holmes, you know? It's like suddenly the character stops being the character. Same thing with Batman, you know? I guess Batman's different. If they, again, I know people who love the Batman video games and things like that. The ones I've seen look pretty great, but NPC, the gimmick would be it's insanely hard, but Quip never dies. So you just throw yourself at the bosses until you're knocked out and the sword wins for you. That's fair. Nobody wants to play as Quimp. They want to play as the sword. That was a tricky bit in this story. Like, I knew, you know, you want to have this fight with the hero. My webcomic is a hero who, if you're not familiar, not entirely spoilers, but he's dead. And not dead, but there are certain points in the story where he is unkillable. Or unstoppable. And it just yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you... It's very hard to create drama in that situation. And so in the story, I knew he was going to be facing off against the king. And they're having this sword fight. And they're like, well, what's the risk if... What's the risk if he can't die? Where's the challenge? Oh, I was putting the that was it. I just put the shadow in the wrong area. No wonder it wasn't showing up. I was trying to use the wrong selection. You know, how do I make it interesting? How do I make it so that the fight's a legitimate fight, that anybody stands a chance? And I was like, oh, I'll have the characters fighting for control. You know, having them at cross purposes always makes for a good story. How are we doing? I think the metal's looking okay. The tricky bit with this lighter metal is I'm gonna splash the metal with all sorts of scarring and things like that, I think. Screen. So I do have that little brush icon on when I'm splashing in this color, so it only appears on the screen very briefly and it's very thin. So I do hope it shows where I'm working. Sometimes it's hard to tell. You see the whole picture and you don't know where my focus is. I created the shadow layer. I'm going to duplicate it and move it up and just delete it from the helm. I don't think the helm needs it, but the shield does. Maybe yeah, I think it's... Yeah. 'Tis only a flesh wound. Yep. Absolutely. I was thinking about that with this whole fight, and I'm really happy with how it's turning out. Again, it was really funny that everybody on Webtoons is like, oh, here comes the monologuing. I think I've said this before. It's one of my favorite interactions, one of my favorite sets of comments, and it was over weeks. Early on in the story of the Middle Age, the webcomic I do, there is a scene where the Lord of all Ducks is leaving a map for our hero. But the map itself is not foremost on Quimp's mind. He was thinking about something else. And there are other issues at stake, and things are happening, and there's drama and adventure and escape and daring do. And it appears as though a teammate is dying, and it turns out they're not, but they're injured, and blah, 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 blah. And so, to try to get through that without being too spoilery. And then, Quimp gets the map. And there was a reader who was so upset that Quimp was not picking up the map, that was basically at his feet the whole time, because, you know, Quimp's been at other things, and Quimp wasn't thinking, and it's revealed in a way that's kind of unexpected. And oh my goodness, that reader was so upset. I don't want to upset the readers. Oh gosh, no. But their anger at the character for being so dumb. Like, you've been reading the story, right? Our hero he's frustrating everybody. But it was great to see that something as silly as that could be so effective. I don't think I've done that again, but I do like I love when people are just take the story in ways maybe more seriously than I intended. Like, this story is important to me, but it's really funny. Okay, I'm gonna merge those together. I'm gonna live with it. Live with the consequences. Where are we? Need to figure out how to patch WEBTOON's chat into this. Maybe. I have mentioned repeatedly to WEBTOONs that I'm, live streaming and things like that. But they're probably they're probably reading 1 million comics right now. It's like crazy when there's just so many webcomics on WEBTOONs. So many. Stunning amount. A couple more shadows. Oh, you know what I need to do? You know what I need to do? I need to put in my favorite blue shadow. The one that makes me so happy. Big old watercolor brush. Big old. Drop that in. Look at that. Look at that. Gorgeous. Maybe no one can see that. Maybe it has no effect on anyone the way it affects me. That's probably the case. Makes me so happy that this blue exists. That shadow is blue. It doesn't feel like metal. That doesn't feel like metal when it's like that. Doesn't. Metal-ish, metal-like, metal-adjacent. Boom. Boom, I say. I'll put in some sharp green highlights because it's metal. Again, as if it's coming off stage right. Camera, backwards. A few little touches like that. I'm gonna lower the opacity just a little bit. Okay. I'm gonna jump ahead and do the wood of the axe handle and the shield. I think that's the only wood. Gotta remember the nub at the top of the axe. This is very heavy. It's not. I don't want it to be this heavy. I want to lighten it up in a moment. every time I get excited about that blue shadow, I think I lose viewers. Okay, this guy's crazy. So same thing with the screen color. I'm just going to move in and just put in some, as if bits that light is just catching. I'm also going to go through and put in a wood texture throughout the whole thing. I'm just going to go in with maybe that same color brown and just scratch in tons and tons of texture. Small pen. Oh, we're doing good. So it's 7:15. Streaming for a few hours now. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for everyone who stopped by. Still very much a noob at this whole Twitch thing, and I appreciate all the kind support, likes, subscribes, all that stuff. It's good to see everyone on YouTube as well. So I'm going to put in these little wood textures, and then I'm going to jump over there for a little bit. Do that. I'm going to lighten the opacity a bit so that they are less pronounced, and then I'm going to maybe scratch in a few more highlights and do the same thing, and maybe reduce its opacity a bit. I rotate the canvas just to whatever's more comfortable for my hand to draw these strokes in a way that makes them the line straight-ish. Again, it's supposed to be wood, so it could be haphazard. New layer, set to screen, same color. So bring in some, pop in some highlights. Not a lot, just to give it more texture. All of this drawing is with apologies to Jeff D and Jeff Easley and Errol Otis and all the D&D artists who I can't hold a candle to. Oh my goodness, I missed some stuff. We're accustomed to your person. So I made some videos compiling. Let me see if I can read it. Jump over. Good. Figure out which screen has the latest ones. I missed out on some stuff. So I made some videos compiling the panels into a pseudo movie, and I'm thinking of releasing them as episodes. No subscribes from Twitch for a bit though, says Zan. like follows. I think with I've disabled the subscribes on Twitch. I've left the affiliate program for the time being, so I can be on both platforms. All platforms. I can be on all platforms. Infinite number of platforms. Also think about dropping one long movie. So assembling your comic into various bits. I think that's a great idea. At the very least, a trailer. Did you do voice work in it, or is it silent? How are you handling the voices? To me, that was always the trickiest bit. And everybody don't act surprised when I add a blue shadow to their shield. You knew it was coming. I missed some of the little highlights on the top of that X. I knew I was going to miss it up there. Little nub. Gasped in fiend surprise. Could make it episodic and slowly release it. Which one do you recommend? Either the short or the long version? I like episodic because it gives you more bites of the apple in terms of being able to promote your work. I think if you do, I don't know how many, let's say it's 10 mini episodes become one longer episode. I think you're better off releasing the 10 little ones, 10 shorter ones. And then when you're done with the 10, you release the long version. So each one of those 10, you get the opportunity to shout out about your work. You don't feel like you're spamming people, telling them the same thing over and over again. And hopefully they're not feeling that too. Here's episode 2, brand new. Also, if it's a huge amount of work to do all of those things, you're at least getting the encouragement and accolades and the likes and the thumbs up. Let's do that like Surgeons General, the thumbs up along the way to keep you going. And if you're doing a Patreon, then the Patreon folks will feel more like they're getting more stuff. And they get to see the progress along the way. I think there's a lot of reasons to not make it an either or, but to do both. I'm gonna peel up, just lightening the wood color just a little bit, kind of hopefully creating a little bit of a bowing effect. I'm gonna try color dodge just for a second. Ooh, I talk about that, how color dodge browns. When you just have a color dodge of that same brown on top of another brown, how it reveals all those reds and yellows, all the gorgeousness. I'm gonna lower it a little bit because I just don't want it to be that pretty in the middle of all this madness, but I like that a lot. It's so much brighter on the stream than on my iPad. Alright, going back to multiply layer. I still want to drop some blue shadows. More blue shadows. Can't have enough. Was NPC talking about the voice acting and the voice component of turning a webcomic, or any, non-voiced thing into a voiced thing. Talking about going to Fiverr for voice actors because Cameo is very... Oh my goodness, Cameo. Can you imagine? Save that for the boss fight. Okay, Mr. Hamill, I'd like you to... Are there any limits on what Cameo can do? Mr. Mark Hamill, I'd like you to be the voice of my bad guy. I'm certain they restrict how you can use their... Tell you what, I'm gonna do this now. I kind of feel like I want to put all the blue shadows in for the shield at once on top of everything. I'm gonna go up top and start a... This way, like, the horns and the other bits of metal can cast a shadow down. I don't think there are any hard limits. Just no hate speech and probably under 5 minutes. But I think if, say, Max Power's movie featuring Mark Hamill, a lot more people... I agree. I agree. Even I would do it and just have like, and as the voice of Maledicta, Mark Hamill, and it's just a picture of the sword saying, "You want me to say what?" Mr. Hamill, the line is, "It's a what? This is a webcomic? Oh, how the mighty have fallen." Okay, so that is supposed to be set to multiply and then lightened. Look at those shadows. Look at them. Look at them. And as the voice of Maledicta, the blade of woe, Dame Judi Dench. One of my favorite things in meetings sometimes, I was helping a friend of mine come up with ideas for a commercial for their comic book convention. And at one point, I said, okay, you know what it can be? Two socks. Two socks talking to each other. And we thought it was the funniest thing in the world. We thought we were brilliantly hilarious. We weren't, but still. We had a good laugh over lunch. And so when he has this meeting with the TV people, he decides they too would enjoy this incredibly funny thing we came up with. They thought, this is a great idea. We should do this. That'd be a perfect. I mean, I don't know if it's just the salesperson is going to be like, no matter what they said, oh, this is great. This is great. We'll take your money. I just love when the ideas are almost used and then, like, oh no, don't do that. Color dodge. I'm going to add a little bit of that warm brown color to the handle here. Just peel away a little bit of color and just it warms the whole thing up. Okay, I'm going to flatten all those areas together. I think there'd be a hint of a highlight at the bottom of the X handle. I think that looks fine. It's fine. How are we doing, people of Earth? Judi Dench would be the sharpest. Or Judge Judy. If we could get her. You aim for Judge Judy, and if you can't get her, Judi Dench. I think that's how most of Hollywood works. I think Judge Judy was the original M in the James Bond films. Okay. So I'm going to merge the skin layer, I think that's done. I can save myself a lot of layers. I'm surprised I haven't hit the cap yet. Alright, I'm going to work on the beard. I really fought the impulse to make the beard, make him a ginger. Almost every dwarf in I don't know where that happened. Was that Warcraft? World of Warcraft? Where suddenly they were all Scottish and gingers? make his hair blue. Defy conventions. Oh, blue's good. Or the luminosity. So from that gray to that blue, and I'm going to stick with that dark color as the overlay color. See if that keeps, if I still like that. There's a condition that people get from ingesting too much silver. Turns their skin bluish. The guy who had the condition in a very dramatic way. I think the media called him Papa Smurf. He passed away. Possibly related to the issues because of the colloidal silver was the material that he was consuming. It was really crazy. I'm not saying he was crazy. I mean, what do I know about crazy? But the look was just astonishing. I mean, his skin was blue. Not in a rosy Andorian blue. Like a rosy Andorian? Not in a fresh, healthy Andorian blue. But like, just, it looked metallic. Kind of mitigated the red of the skin to the point where it just looked, it looked painful in a way. It looked dry, looked terrible. Is there a trick to getting so many fine cross-hanging lines so perfectly paralleled? I don't know. I don't think so. To me, they're not. To me, I don't. Well, I don't want them perfectly paralleled. I want them to be off by a little bit, and I think that gives me the freedom to move quickly and not think about it. I mean, if they're too mechanical, then it stops looking like a human hand did it. And I like the idea that it's irregular. I'm drawing a living creature, allegedly. And so I want those irregularities to show through because it makes him a little more alive. Well, these are all just excuses for me to be a sloppy artist. I think it's more of a... I really think it's more like you just want the character to be alive. And so... But then it's just practice. I mean, I have been using this program and the iPad for 5 years. And you can always undo it. And it's on its own layer, so if you don't like it, you just delete the layer and start over. I mean, that's like the biggest secret in art, is just that people rarely see the gigantic mistakes. They just see the finished piece that you liked, and they think, wow, this person's so good. Well, that finished piece is so good, and you don't see the millions of other... Well, they get to see that if you download that collection of Astounding Space Thrills. You can see just how awful I was. It's a collection available for anyone who becomes a Patreon supporter at any level. It just went up today. Collection of my webcomics from '98 called Astounding Space Thrills. It's not that it was bad. I read the story and I thought, I'm reading it, I'm like, how does this end? Because again, it's having written it, at least the way I write, there isn't one fixed ending. It's basically the ending is the one that just gets printed. There's 100 endings. Like I was saying, there's a cliffhanger currently kind of happening right now in the story of the Middle Age where the king says they're about to reveal some stuff. I best tell you why I brought you here. Something along those lines. And the thoughts on webtoons are, okay, here comes the monologue. You know, here comes the villain revealing their plans. But it could it could be that. Or it could be, you know, at that moment, you know, the arrow comes whizzing through the tent, killing him. Or a million other things. And all those things are possible, and all those things happened in my head one way or the other. I play them all out like a chess game, and they go, okay, which one's the best one? Which one's funniest? Which one makes the story better? Which one lets me, if I do kill him off, who fills that role as the story moves forward? Because no one would blame whoever kills this villain. You know, they'd be like, oh, good, someone killed him. But we never heard what was said. That also feels like a bit like a cheat. I mean, how often can you do that to your audience before they go, okay, you're just a jerk, you're lost. Or Alias, or any other J.J. Abrams thing. You know, you don't know where you're going. You really don't know where you're going. This is as much a mystery for the writer as it is for the audience. But I do think there's like you can't tease the reader. You shouldn't tease the reader forever. You're not ramifications unless your artwork is so good, or like your J.J. Abrams and your storytelling is so good. I will watch a J.J. Abrams movie for hours and enjoy the heck out of it, only realizing when it's all over that, oh, there was no story. He's a good storyteller whether there's a story or not. Like, you're just leaving the theater scratching your head. Did Captain Kirk just start the Enterprise by kicking it? Is that what just happened? Is that how you make a starship go? You kick it? Is it? I saw the first J.J. Abrams Star Trek movie. I thought, oh, this is great. I promised myself I am not going to think about this anymore. I'm going to leave it right there. It was great, and I'm not going to think about it, because if I do, I'm going to hate it. And I'm leaving well enough alone. Yeah, but you're right. You're legit, Steve. Did you finish the commission with Quimp? Look out. No, I did the layout. I printed on the board, and I'm going to ink that this weekend. The unplanned approach could lead to a lot of good and a lot of bad. Dragon Ball Z was like that after Namek. And Lost was so close, but they dropped the ball many times. Into Darkness was so good. I think Into Darkness was good-ish. I think it did fan service well. I think he does fan service well. I think he does, you know, there was a moment where I think it's fair to say, since there's been a sequel already, you can talk about the one that came before. Please forgive me if you haven't seen Star Trek Into Darkness. Mixed bag, but spoilery. It's got Khan Noonien Singh as kind of a big reveal, who is kind of the big, you know, it's kind of like retelling Star Trek The Wrath of Khan, but mostly for people who watched Star Trek II The Wrath of Khan. Like if you didn't know that original movie, if you didn't know who Khan was, there's this moment where, who are you? And he says his name, the actor who's playing him, and you just tell there's this moment, like, hold for applause. And I'm just thinking, you haven't hinted who this person is. You haven't told anybody who this is. There's no clue. That's a scene where every kid in every theater just looked up to their parent and said, "Who?" It's like every parent who's watching a Marvel movie and the new superhero comes out and all the kids are like, "Whoa!" and every parent's like, "Who? Who's that? Is that who's that?" Every movie needs to come with like a program, like it's a baseball game. Can't follow the movie unless you got a program. Now I knew who that was, and everybody was like, "Oh, he's gonna switch it all." You thought it was gonna go this way, but that whole movie didn't even feel like a remake of Wrath of Khan, except where it over the top did. So again, I don't think I don't think Abrams ever had his heart into doing Star Trek. I think he always just wanted to do Star Wars, and most people find Star Trek boring, and his is not boring. So he got a lot of people liking Trek who didn't before. I lost everybody on Twitch by saying anything good about that movie. I liked essentially it was one big chase. Khan was a cool character. I liked that it was much better than Kirk. He was much better than Kirk in every way. Yeah. Also liked that it was a side character that took down the villain. Yeah, I think people wanted from the very beginning, at least when they wanted to see how this Superman Khan was going to do against the Vulcan, because both of them were supposed to be stronger, and I think fans really wanted to see those characters fight. Again, I think J.J. Abrams can tell any story really well. It's like kind of like Tim Burton. Like, if someone else writes it, I feel like you're going to be in good hands. But if they're writing it, I feel like I got tired of the sequence, which was we're about to learn something. Wait a minute, and then they go. Every time they were about to, as soon as you were about to go, wait a minute, what just happened? There's an explosion. And it's so predictable that, hang on, wait a minute, did you just say explosion? That part got it gets a little tiring to me. But I put that first season of Alias up against anything. I think that's a great TV show. The man hits the ground running every time. It's very, very good. It's normal. What about color dodge? I'm trying to see if I can add a little bit of another color into that beard and not just make it shades of blue. You know what? I'm gonna peel in some gray, that's not necessarily a huge departure from blue, but I think it'll give it a little more. Hopefully, give it a little more character. So it doesn't quite feel so one note. But I really enjoyed the. I saw all the Abrams movies in the theater, and I would see more of them. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't know what I'm hoping for when I go into those things. I think I'll make that a screen and not just a flat color. I'm hoping this makes it look icier in a way. Tell you what, know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna Yeah. By putting that brown in there, but then putting the shadows on top of the brown, I think it's going to help. I think it helps. I want to get those whiskers going on. Oh, how are we doing? Justin Lurk. It's Trek Wars. Luke Skytrekker. What was the movie that impressed you with the plot? Wow. That's a good question. Yeah, here I am poo-pooing Star Trek Into Darkness, and I have no examples of... Nothing impresses me. I am too... No. I found Endgame. I found Endgame's opening surprising. It made perfect sense. It was not offensive. It wasn't like they took a cheap way out. Every character in it seemed to me to be behaving as they should, and I found it everyone's reaction to be believable, and the events were and yet surprising. Until Avengers 3 comes out, I won't discuss the bits of it, but basically the opening of it felt okay. So there's some gray underneath the cloak, as if it was like a wolf's cloak, like wolf fur or something. So I need that layer under there. I'm gonna color that. I still have to do this kind of the thick, the boots, the leathery bits, the cuff. How are we doing on time? 7:45. Doing great. We're doing great. Let me find oh, I named it leather. I was bound to label something appropriately. But I dodged the question. I think Endgame was so good. I really liked Winter Soldier and Civil War. Me too. Winter Soldier in particular. The bee's knees. Now you're talking my language. Finally, someone speaking a language I understand. I only understand things in terms of bee anatomy. Insect anatomy is the only way we talk on this channel now. I thought Thor 2 was the cicada's uvula. And this is why I don't have 100 followers. Did he just say cicada's uvula? Yeah, okay. Let's get back to watching Elden Ring. I think something just exploded. Yeah, so I like the plots of those. I thought they were solid and surprising. And plot construction for me just has to make sense. It doesn't even have to be too surprising. I think as long as it holds together. There's a TV show, Stargate SG-1, of all things. I'm very late to it. A friend of mine watches it. Said, you should watch it. I was like, okay, I'll watch it. And I was so impressed. Every time I get into the story, the point of the story is like, I'm like, well, why don't they use the this for the that? Somebody, a character, one of the major characters or some incidental character says, well, why don't we use this for the that? And the characters go, oh, we can't because of, in classic Star Trek fashion of, well, there's an ion cloud. You know, why can't we use the transporters to solve every problem? Oh, because of the ion cloud. But at least they explain it. And to me, that's solid plot construction. Yeah, it could be convenient that there's always a tachyon burst when you need one. But at least they've thought it through. Oh my goodness. Alright, and because it's brown, I talked about this before, I'm going to use the color dodge tool to... These brown colors, when you use the color dodge, don't let me down, brown color. I believe in you. A little bit of color dodge just brings out all this rich color. It's a very small area of it, but I think it does the trick. I might duplicate the leather color down. Oh, I forgot about the wristband. Yeah, that making the color heavier. So when I use the color dodge to pull the color out, suddenly it got really. You can just see all that hints of orange and yellow in there. It's there, I promise. It might not appear anywhere. He's crazy. Just darkening that side of the cuff up. And one more layer to multiply and just make this a little darker, because I'm going to use highlights to... Oh, actually, let me move back up. Screen, back to the brush. I'm going to thin the opacity so it's not 100%. That way I can do a couple of passes to add a bit of brightness without being too heavy. One more. Color dodge, a big old brush. Again. Hopefully this is gonna... I think there you can see the orange, the warm colors. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. That's nice. That's a good one. Alright, so the boots down here, I'm going to try the green highlight. Let me merge all the leather together. Voot. Oh, I have a layer with green on it. I'm going to use that one. Wait, do I? Yes, I do. But there... Oops, I didn't want to group those layers together. If you drag a layer in Procreate on top of another layer, it will assume you want to group them. So I'm just going to put a little green highlight. Oops, I have lost my selection. I wouldn't be surprised if I've colored outside the lines in places. I might have to clean some stuff up later. I don't think I like that. I'm going to assume that whatever's casting the shadow, whatever's casting that green light, is going to be in front of that little precipice he's leaping off of, and so his boots are shielded from the green light by that precipice. How about that? How about that argument? Check out Speed Racer. I think I really like Speed Racer. I thought it was really good. I wasn't a big fan of the cartoon growing up. I didn't really see it, I don't recall seeing it, but I was aware of it, but I thought the movie was fine. I know it got panned by people. But I don't know why. I think it was just because I think they had set the bar so high with the Matrix, maybe that. Wait, what's going on with that? There is some color effects happening on top of that cape. I don't know where that's coming from. Huh, we hide the fighter inks. I see, there it is. It's whatever that weird shape is. Well, I won't worry about that then. Is that above the fighter? Yeah, I can't worry about it. Huh. Or maybe it's just because I built in so much texture with the brushes that it's just creating an additional appearance of that. All right, fair enough. Wow, they are also yeah, I thought it was really good. Okay, let me set this to screen since there's plenty of shadow there. I don't need to add any more and make the thing even more impossible to see. Use a brush and heavy opacity. I'm gonna just splash in some highlights. I don't think it's that big a deal. It's very small. It's over in the corner of the page. It's not that. Yeah. Done. Don't need to worry about it. Those are highlights at the bottom of the hilt. So these are white highlights. Oh, I have to do the eyes. Those are white highlights. Move that way up top. Eyes and teeth. Well, hopefully the beard still feels blue. I hope you like how that was coming together. I softened a little bit just so it didn't look just. I didn't want it to look like cotton candy. As we saw before, I'm going to put the white at the bottom. I'm going to put this behind the layers. I'm going to give his eye color that same blue we started with before. That icy blue. Set this to multiply. Too big. Set it to screen, peel away some of the blue, and turn those layers off for a moment. This is that trick I use on the Middle Age all the time, which is because the shape has not got a solid container around it. Fill the whole layer, deselect, fill the whole layer with gray. Merge all the eye bits together. Whoa. I turned them off. I can't do that. Merge them all together. Load that as a selection. Invert it. Clear. Clear. Merge down. And go up to that glints. We got some sharp glints. Small brush. Details no one will ever see. How we doing, people of Earth? What else we got? I love it. A ton of people are downloading the new book that's available from my Patreon page, which everyone can get at the $2 level and above. But we're doing great. But well, I'm glad you like the art without the inks. I worry about that. I mean, it doesn't hold together when there's large areas of black because there's just no. I mean, I didn't put any modeling in underneath the you know, any place where there's any dark shadows of any kind, and I didn't like put in the lips of any, because there's just no. It's all pure black, so it's just robbed of that. I think the face of the fighter was holding together pretty well. Let's see, where are we? Where are you, fighter? Oh, I don't think I put any detail into the teeth. Dang it. I gotta fix that. Well, I'm glad you said something. Because people would be like, I can't buy this. Look at those teeth. Where's the detail? And in a move that will surprise no one, I'm going to add a blue shadow. I really like this with specifically the teeth and the mouth, where it's like this is generally way back in the shadowy parts, so it's like it should be. So that to multiply, and that really pushes the teeth back and pushes whatever. That blue is just the best. It's the monarch butterfly's thorax. See the picture without line art. Oh, yeah, maybe I'll do that. I'll post that. You're over on the Patreon. I'll post it there just for the Patreon folks, if folks want to just take a look at that. Now, I'm still going to go through and add my blue shadow throughout everything here. The helmet's going to have a shadow. All sorts of other places I'm going to add that blue shadow. That's going to give the whole thing more depth, I think. But some more coffee. I've earned it. Hello, we got... Look at that. Look at that. I think we have like 6 people on YouTube. How lovely is that? That might be DEG's way to snub all the space people. What space people? I love the space people. I'm space people. I don't know what we're talking about. But we got 6 people on YouTube. That's I know that's NPC, LJ, and 4 sock puppet accounts of Dry Erase Girl. Oh, people of Earth. I feel bad because I do prioritize the people of Earth, and I kind of feel bad. You know what? I don't feel bad. It's weird, but almost all my Patreon supporters are humans. Not a single, well, openly human. Who knows? Who knows, you know. The jury's out on some of them. But outwardly, oh shoot, wrong account. so I'm going to put a shadow under the beard. Voot, 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 voot. I'm going to, well, I'm going to have to trust my ability to doodle. I was going to flatten the entire fighter's colors and then use that as load that as a selection, but I'm like, yeah, we'll wing it. We can wing it. We're doing it live. All right, but it does seem like I've got a little extra yellow that I didn't want. I made that argument saying that there'd be no reflected of that green color down there, so I'm going to just take that out. So there can be some hints of it in the shield. I'm fine with that, but on the legs it's too far back. But now I'm going to soften those shadows that I just put in. It's 8 p.m. Is there a hard stop time tonight? I don't think so. I think I'm just going to keep working on this fighter for the time being. But if folks need to leave, please don't hang out on my account. I know you have what the kids call lives, which I've been looking into. I've been looking into those things. I think they, much like the Twitch affiliate program, I don't think I'm ready to jump in with both feet yet. I'm going to put shadows onto this side of the hand. That will hopefully create a whole bunch of extra depth. No wonder. Okay, so I'm going to put that in there too. I'm going to take the watercolor brush and erase some of the blue shadow there. I like it a lot, but sometimes it just looks a little bit like a classic halftone pattern or something. Like it just feels a little bit off. I'm going to go through and put a little highlight on some of those fingernails and things, just a little bit. But other than that, I feel like this is really close. Horns casting a shadow. Put a shadow on that side of that rim. That kind of fin that's going through the middle there. A little shadow there. Now this is a layer above all the other layers, so I get to draw across everything. And it that feels good. That feels right. I think I'm okay. The last thing I can do is... well, I can't do that unless I load the guy as a selection. I was going to put in a blue shadow. I can save it for the end. If I feel like it, I could take... I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Okay, so I flatten. I copy. I undo. Because normally if I duplicate all those layers, this computer is going to say, you can't do that. Stop trying to do that. That's too many layers, you jerk. So instead I flatten the whole thing and copy it and put it into memory for a moment and then undo it so it re-expands those layers that I had just collapsed, basically undoing that collapse. And then, but that flattened thing is still in memory and then I paste it down. So it's a way of having the best of both worlds. It seems to be, unless there's some other shortcut about it. It's what you do in Photoshop if it said like holding down the Option key and clicking Merge Visible. it's kind of like a multi-step process to replicate that effect. He says rambling. So on a new layer, with that whole thing selected, I'm going to not brush it in, I'm going to draw a line all the way across there, all the way across there. Whoops, I missed a spot. Occupational hazard. Okay. If it happens again. It happened again. Is it somehow going outside the pasteboard? Can it? Is it legally allowed to do that? Oh. I started drawing my line outside the selection area, so it never created the line. Gotta start inside the area that's selection, otherwise the line will never draw, and then you can do it. Oh, Steve. So, I did that selection just so I could put those legs in shadow and push them back. Now what I'm going to do is I'm now going to use a big old water brush. Make a bizarre Bob Ross reference. Happy little knees. And call it there. I'm going to... So who won initiative anyways? Oh gosh, I don't know. I think this, I would call this piece Roll for Initiative. I'm sure there's a million D&D pieces called that. Okay, I feel good. I feel like this was a good use of time. This is work that needed to be done. Needs a strong word. This is work I wanted to do, and it's slowly coming together. I feel like the background colors are going to be super important. When it was just simple flat colors, that's fine, but I really have to create enough depth of everything so the whole thing comes together. There's a title for the D&D, the module is called Crevice of the Behinder, and that would be the name of, that would probably be the name of this piece, and I apologize. Well, it's a rocky outcropping that the Behinder's hiding it. So we have to. I apologize. But I've already done the jacket cover, basic layout for it, and it's chef's kiss. So this ridiculous piece, the whole idea is putting so much effort into something so stupid, I think makes it funnier. You know what? I'm gonna keep doing this. We got Twitch. We got 3 people on Twitch. Any minute now, I'm gonna be raided by all of Felicia Day's people, or the huge army of fans over at Critical Role, or somebody huge. It's just gonna pile into this channel, and they'll be like, "What is this? What are you doing? You do comics? Tell me more." Patreon, what? What is that giant layer? Oh, that's just a whole thing I put in the background. I'll keep it there for the time being. Where are you? Oh, I have a backup of all those other things. Let me get rid of this big fighter selection area. Goodbye to you. Archer. Color. Okay. Those are absolutely something's colors from the Middle Age. The purple and green. But just like that our magic user, I feel like that's too much. The color of the cape could be subdued a bit. I'm going to subdue it with this color, fill layer. So I set the layer to color, and then I reduce the opacity. See, now that ranger, archer, hunter, I don't know what the character classes are anymore. I can't keep track. But very few drop frames. The whole thing, overall, it's going really well. So my name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist and have been for a very, very long time. I'm currently drawing a fantasy illustration for a D&D module I'm writing. Why? Because I don't have enough to do. I'm the cartoonist of a webcomic called The Middle Age. It's a silly fantasy webcomic, of which some characters in this story will appear. Of which characters from the Middle Age will appear in this story. In this adventure module. Softening those curves a bit. And now I'm going to put in some of that ruddiness right now, some of that red color. This character's so small. I mean, it's basically pixel art. I know I need to do emoticons in preparation of coming back to Twitch affiliate at some point. I'm not going to even get into the plan for that, but I just might do those on the stream. Tonight's stream? Okay. So, Patch Adams, we lower the color a bit. We lower the opacity quite a bit. Push a little more red in there. And then set to screen. My name is Steve Conley. My webcomic is free to read at middleagecomic.com. It's a silly fantasy story about a knight in love with a dragon. Episode 277 was posted yesterday. Plenty to read. It's been nominated for multiple awards, and it's lost all of them. If you want an award-losing comic, this is it. You're saying to yourself, I want a comic that's been nominated for a lot of awards but hasn't won one. If he won one, he'd be all cocky, he'd be all full of himself. Well, I've got good news. Middle Age has not won an award. A little more of that shadow color. I'm going to put blue shadows in it. No surprise to people who've been watching the stream for the last few hours. I love blue shadows. Love them. Love them. They do magic. A little hint of a nose glint. Actually, you know what? I didn't put any. His lips are visible there. I'm going to put in. I'm going to put them in. Just a little bit. I get a hint of the rosiness of the lips. I know. Who's going to even notice that? But still. Put in a little bit of. Nice little highlight to pop the whole thing forward. It's all right. I keep losing to projects that I think I should lose to, so it's okay. I've yet to lose to a project that I didn't think, oh yeah, that's the better one. The collection of my old webcomic, or my old comic book, Astounding Space Thrills, was like it was a reprint collection. It was like best reprint collection. It got nominated in a Harvey's for that, inexplicably. And it was like up against a Peanuts collection. I'm like, really? I'm not voting for me. Okay, so I'm putting a little more blue. I'm gonna lighten this blue up a lot. So, but I do like the idea that. Look at that blue. Look at that. Look at what it does. Look how it just pushes him back. And if it were a black shadow, if it were pure black without color, it just wouldn't do as much. The blue just. Have I said how much I like this color? I may have mentioned it a few million times today. Okay. Man, that's a. And I was thinking about when I was drawing this, I was playing nothing but like Rush, and there's a Canadian metal band called Unleash the Archers, which I think is fantastic. I mean, it's over the top, but and then like there's this concept album by another band. I'm blanking on the name. It's like all basically the metal. It's metal music, which is not a genre I'm remotely familiar with, but all of it sounds like Klingon opera to me. It's like this epic. These are all epic stories, completely unrelatable, dramatic battles, and I'm like, yes, this is what I want when I'm drawing D&D stuff. This is what I want. I don't want the news of the day in my head. I want to be thinking about the freedom of the people of Middle Earth. No, I wouldn't vote for you in that situation either. No hard. No, none at all. None taken. My goodness. But there was like there was a collection of, I want to say, Terry and the Pirates, or Steve Canyon, a Milt Caniff comic. I mean, Milt Caniff was another legendary cartoonist. I mean, like cover of Time magazine back when that's what happened to cartoonists. Like you were a celebrity. I put those little thigh belts. That strap is on the same layer as the leg. I think I need on the leather belt scabbards, I need to create I'll do that right now so I don't forget. Brush, 100% opacity, brown color. It'll all be in shadow, but might as well remember it now. But so that was another property reprint that was up against my webcomic. I'm like, forget it. I don't stand a chance. But I like that one because there was no pressure that evening. Some of the awards, it's like I'm just sweating. Not because I think I'm gonna win, but just on the off chance I could, maybe. And it's like that line of, it's the hope that kills you. But I've heard people who say they win, and maybe it's just a cold comfort, but they like, oh, I won, and like, then it's like they haven't won in many years, and they haven't won again. Are they still as good? Do people not care about them? It's weird that they lumping so much personal value into such randomness. Because really it's random. At least when in terms of the Eisners, they pick 5 or 6 judges every year. And those 5 or 6 judges are able to determine through a voting process what they get. So there's a process. There's what gets submitted. There's what you're up against that year. What's hot, what's not. There's what those few people really like. I served as an Eisner judge in 2005. And, this is a year of a lot of comics, but like Darwin Cook's New Frontier. I remember being in there, and some people weren't all that into it. Like, are you really? Are you not? Can we look at it one more time? Because I think you'll like it. I know it's simple. I know it's not Jim Lee style, but it's awesome. That was my voice back then. I was a falsetto. One more set of highlights. So the jury tries to read everything that's submitted. I certainly did. Or the judges, excuse me. They call them judges. And then you kind of just vote on everything on the 5-point scale. And they tally up the votes, and that's what gets nominated. So it's kind of based on the whim of these 5 people. Are you up against Snoopy? Are you up against... And this year's going to be weird for the digital comics category, because last year was when Scott Snyder, who's a big name in the comic book world. I don't know if webcomic people have any idea that that's a person. But it's a big player in the comic book world, and a lot of these awards are still comic book centric. They had a big Amazon deal with Comixology to produce a whole bunch of stories. So you put a big popular name like that up against webcomics people, and I don't think webcomics people stand a chance. Especially, they could get nominated because the juror is going to read them all, and the jury is presumably basing them on the content. But after that, it goes to a popularity contest, and I don't see anybody beating a known quantity. He says rambling. Yeah. Okay. How are we doing? Mark O'Connor, LJ says, Mark O'Connor won a national fiddle contest starting at age 14 consecutively and so many years that they felt they had to ban him. It's known as the Mark O'Connor rule. There were, in webcomics, there is, why am I drawing a blank? It's a steampunk series. It's been going on forever. Folios. The Folios work on it. Dang that. Oh, my brain. This is what I get for streaming for 4+ hours. Hey, JRD. Good to see you. Doing well. Coloring a fantasy, please. Who remembers... That's when you retire into the Hall of Fame. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, that's absolutely. I'm trying to think of the name of the webcomic by the Folios. It's been around forever. My goodness. Well, I'm drawing a blank. That's just me having a brain fart. But they'd won, I want to say, the Saturn Prize or the Nebula. There was or Hugo, one of the major science fiction awards decided to add a comic book graphic novel category, and they had won so many years in a row that they said, can we not be nominated anymore? They were like, it's not fair to anybody else. So I thought that was particularly nice of them. It's a steampunk series. I want to say Athena or something like that. That's not it, though. Ugh, my brain. Girl Genius, there we go. Thank you. My brain. It doesn't work anymore. I've been streaming for, let me take a guess, a wild stab, 4 hours, 28 minutes, and 4 seconds. I don't know. I think they might have that in reprints or something. But all is well. The latest episode of The Middle Age was posted. I'm working on this spot illustration. And then I will be going back to working on freelance work. It's nice to see you, JRD. I hadn't seen you in a while. Gotcha. I'm going to tone down this green a little bit. Maybe not. It's like I still want all the work to be seen. I want it to be dark, but I still want I want people to see my work. I believe awards should be spread around. It'd be nice if they were, but I mean, and that's really the argument for the best. That's the best reason for them, is that you can shine a light on some projects that people wouldn't otherwise know about. It creates a nice time capsule for the year, but I think as long as people don't take it too seriously, you know, it's too easy for it to become a thing where it could define creators or make people feel bad. You know, it's the same thing with anthologies. Like sometimes people will submit to an anthology and they won't get in. There was an anthology associated with the Small Press Expo, and I was a volunteer with the SPX for a while, and it was sort of an all hands on deck when the submissions for the anthology would come in, and I'm like, I'm just going to sit here. I'm not voting on any of this stuff. I know these people. I can't. I want them all in. I don't want to be involved. I just can't bring myself to leaving somebody out. I was involved in the writing of the rules of the Ringo Awards, and I basically wrote them. I wrote them and then left them, then turned them over to the team there and they've been massaging them over the years since to make them better, and just basically just make them really great. They did a great job. But it's fun. It's got a fan component to it where fans vote, so it's kind of open to everybody. I like the heck out of it. Okay. I'm going to use a screen. I haven't dropped into most streams lately because I need to get Shake's newest book done. Still do, but today's all about tech. Gotcha, JRD. Feel you. Yeah, your art's included in the slideshow break, the 2-hour mark or so. I took a little break earlier. Got some JRD art for for the people to see. Well, I feel terrible if there have been people who have been subscribing and following and stuff like that. I don't know if anybody has. Can't talk with that in my mouth. Ooh. So I've let's see, how do I get over there? New Twitch. Hey Steve, do you have any fan popularity polls or any other interactive events? No, I mean, occasionally I will ask my I'll ask on a, like, there'll be a poll on every once in a while. It's like, which pin should I make next, or what t-shirt design, or something like that. Multiple choice works best. Open-ended questions tend not to get any responses. Open-ended questions. That's me hearing myself talk. It's not. Oh, 99 followers. Oh no, so still so close. Hovering at 99. So, fantastic. I was afraid that there was something had happened, but none of the on-screen graphics were working. About plans for Thursday. Not entirely sure yet. I mean, part of it's like I'm going to probably work on the next episode. I know it's going to be spoilery. You know, if I'm working on the stream, people are going to see stuff that happens next. As long as you accept that I can't talk about it. It's just tough because it's like, you know, we're just where we're getting in the story. Okay, let me add. What color shadow should I make this? All right, blue. So I'm putting in a blue shadow, kind of hinting at our archer's very flat tummy. Set that to multiply, lower the opacity. Put more under the shadow of the cape bit. Oops, I didn't mean to deselect. Put a little highlight on the side here. The idea with this, with all these little characters, was that, like D&D, these are almost always like wish fulfillment, at least back in the day. Nowadays, I think people play characters of all stripes, of like maybe ones that are self-aggrandizing, or maybe ones that feel like empowering in some way. I think back in the day it was all like power fantasies and wish fulfillment, kind of like comic books. But as the stories got broader and characters got richer and more diverse in their motivations and in their Steve, make more patches. Kidlet got herself a varsity jacket to buy patches of friends' artwork to fill the jacket. T-shirt design, you say. Your rage pairs nicely with Gorgonzola's. Oh yeah, I guess I could put some with like some quotes and things like that. You're right. I should do some of that through a vendor who can mass produce those, and I don't have to worry about, you know, who could basically print them on demand, and I don't have to worry about stocking, having boxes of right over the of other T-shirt designs. My Prancing Pony crest shirt, you say? You're right. You're right. Want to do a stream where you color my book? I can pay an exposure and popcorn. Ooh, popcorn. That's a better deal than YouTube's offering. I noticed you said that on YouTube. That's fantastic. That Steve is all about getting paid and exposure. Yeah. Yeah, I dropped the affiliate only because, again, I It's about growing my audience more than making money from my audience. I'm growing my audience to make money from them. Yes, in the end, I want them. Blah, 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 blah. I'd rather make a nice little living with a lot of readers than squeezing every nickel out of a small audience. I think that's where my brain's at. I think I just want to get it out in front of as many people as possible. And if by streaming this to YouTube as well as other platforms increases my subscriber base on YouTube, then that is going to help, because it's going to be the person who shares it on their Facebook feed or shares it to their friends or someone who finds it. Because I've said nothing but good things about Twitch. I think it's awesome, and again, it would bring in more money overnight. Squeeze every nickel. David. But write a heartfelt letter to DFTBA and say that I'm. I don't think so. I think Amazon does on-demand shirt things, and I've got nothing but great things to say about Amazon too. I for one respect our new insect overlords. I do have an I Heart Exposure tattoo. I do. That was like that's the. I've heard it. I first saw Harlan Ellison say it, that people die from exposure. Who do I have bad things to say about? Oh, okay, let's get started on that. The first one I have a real problem with is that mother. Oh, I'm sorry, the thing changed there. I'm sorry about that. Who do I have bad things to say about? I don't know. I'm easygoing. I mean, your short list is pretty good, but no, apart from those two, I'm usually. I think it's hard to get worked up over. I mean, I have so much hate for myself. It's hard to have enough for other people. Although Fred Savage, oh my gosh. No, Fred Savage has directed so many great episodes of Always Sunny. Gotta love him. Okay, Brahm. Fine. No, I don't. You're annoyingly good-natured, Steve. Oh, Stan Sakai. Please, I can't think of a character anywhere who's more despised. The sweetest man in the world. Like, if he yelled at me, I would just die. If he got angry at me, it would be like, oh, I guess I would cry. I would literally cry. There would be no pause between my tear ducts. Like, it would happen, I would just, okay, I'm dead. Thank you, DG. Annoyingly good-natured. That was an epitaph. Yeah, I do. I do tend to piss off some friends who kind of want me to get angrier about some stuff. I'm like, no. Thanks to, and the end result is this lustrous head of hair. Well, and finasteride, drugs, and kind of being easygoing. And genetics. Mostly genetics. I think I just don't get enough. I don't get out enough to hate people. I really need to get out more. Hair, not hate. Sometimes I just want to punch you in your puberty. That's such a good line. Okay. No, I have issues with people who have hurt friends or have wronged me, and I've gotten angry at people in the past. I've chewed some people out on the phone, and it scared people I was with. But it's usually about an injustice of some kind. I rage quit a job once, my last desk job. CC'd everyone in the place. I'm like, oh, someone took credit for my work. And that got me angry. Doesn't happen often. Right, security escorting me out. I was like, okay, this is a good exit. It was corporate work. It was corporate work. It was just a thing where I had created some stuff, and they someone who I was working with decided to take the credit, and it was one of these things where there was a particular project in mind that, you know, as an example of the opposite effect, was that there was a project that they were beating their heads against. They just couldn't do it, and they're like, well, can I help? No. Don't bring me in, because they didn't want me to do it. They didn't want me to solve the thing. They're beating their heads on it. Eventually they go, okay, what would you do? And I solve the thing. And then it gets presented to the vice president of whatever of the company, who's the one who they were trying to appease. And they said, and the vice president immediately said, I didn't really agree with the concept of the damn thing, but you know, but I'm still like, I like a puzzle, so I'll try to solve it. And I solve it, and it's okay. It's still nothing I would have done. It wouldn't have been my first choice to how to do the damn thing, but anyway, I do it. They show it to the Veep, and Veep's like, I don't like it, and the person immediately said, oh, it was Steve's. So, my comic was at the time was Astounding Space Thrills, and the villain is this corporate jerk, and it's like, you know, write what you know. I remember it was one of these, and the thing was, what was made it most frustrating was the person who was this jerk, a really good artist. It was like, it's so heartbreaking when you learn that someone can have skills, can be a really good artist, but also be a lousy person. You think, no, that talent can't take root in that garbage ground. And like, no, apparently it can. Art pals. Some kid took credit. DG says some kid took credit for my assignment in the first grade, and I'm the one who got blamed. Oh no! Tried to rage quit, but it didn't find my mom. That's very good. I remember Mark gave me a great hug when we had those neon pink BCC Minion shirts. Oh, that's nice. It was Neil Adams, wasn't it? So David, what do you think about Neil Adams? Okay, that's how I will be. DG's one of my favorite quotes says, "Being good at art makes you terrible at life." I hope that's not true. I hope that's not... Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Certain aspects for sure. Yeah, so I'll be at your stream tomorrow, David. I'm gonna help kick off the thing with a question. So, what do you think of Neil Adams? How about that Neil Adams? Compliment each other very well. Where the heck did I put that fletching? Well, it is there. Must have had a lag. Oh no, that's what it is. Every once in a while my pencil stops working, and it's because I've been drawing so many damn lines that the tip is unscrewed. Oh, the stream died? It did. It hiccuped, and I lost everyone on Twitch. Oh, it says 0. And it's restarted my count at, Oh no, the recording. If anyone's there, just say the word Bezoletradad. Perfect. That's really weird. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Presumably I was the stream was rated by a party of 600,000 people, and it blew up. And if only I were a Twitch affiliate, I could monetize that. But no. I have to be a man of the people. Very, very few people. It does. Welcome. Oh, did it just send out a second notice? Fantastic. Oh, for the love of Pete. Well, you're all lovely. I appreciate you being here. I know you all have infinitely better things to do than... Hopefully you're doing them while we're on this stream. I'm getting punchy. I'm starting to laugh more like the Pillsbury Doughboy every second. Okay. Oh, no. No. Wrong layer. Can't get over the Vlogbrothers comparison. That's so funny. I feel like I'm not... That wasn't... I think like that... I think I was painting in with a purple and not a brown color, and I think that was causing some of it to look a little different than I wanted. Fantastic. Thank you, Stream Elements. You've got it right. It's their fault then. It's their fault. No, it's not Stream Elements. It must be... It could be restreams. I wonder if there's a cap on the number of people I can have. Or if there's a cap on the amount of time I can stream before it says, hey, shut up. Because I was at that point hours ago. Shut up. Oh, that must be the bow. That must be the bow that's overlapping and creating that. No, it's not. It is not. Where the heck is that splotch coming from? I wonder if it's baked into the... It could be baked into the inks. That's fine. Turn everything back on. Going another 3 hours. Okay, I think you've made your point. But you're all very lovely. Thank you all so much for being here. I know as soon as I log out, that's when the raid will happen. But I'm going to keep working on this character a little bit, and I'm going to work on some freelance stuff. I'm going to find out why I turned off the skin layer, because it freaked me out that it was all missing. I think this was not a total waste of time. You are all fantastic. Thanks, NPC. Thanks, DEG. Thanks, Ann. Thanks, LJ. Thanks, JRD. So good to see you. You are missed. Good luck with all the work. I know it's the worst part of the job, but I'm glad you're taking care of business. Good luck with the new book. And David, who's always there. Thank you so much. And if I'm missing everybody, NPC, who else am I missing? Got Zan. And all the people who don't talk. All the people, especially you. Oh, you lovely people. And if you're catching the replay later on, you're awesome. Here to go is... Oh, I'm getting the report of how my stream did. The one that finished. Thank you all so much. Shout out to the Kirkers. All the Kirkers. All the Kirker. Here's a fantastic slideshow of amazing guest artwork, including JRD and NPC. Here it is. Here it is, your moment of Zen. Thanks for watching. Here's the art show. Check it out. Beautiful artwork. Thank you, everybody. See you on Thursday, and I'll figure out what I'm doing then.